Just like that, we are back. Norm, are you back?
Oh yeah, man.
Back in full swing?
Hold on one sec.
Oh, so not really back, but sort of back.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. But
Okay.
yeah, oh, go for it.
Sorry, I've got to actually kill my audio here on the one I was watching the video of myself.
I am not even
uh,
gonna get into the
it
problems
wasn't
and
a
troubles with
video
that.
of me. Anyways, yeah, man, we're back. We're 14 minutes away from our next panel,
Yes,
which
indeed.
is
I'm not even gonna
Rachel
get into
Talalay.
the
It
problems
wasn't
and
a
troubles with
video
that.
of me.
Okay, fine enough. I had you playing in the background, so now I have to kill your audio.
That's
I started
fine.
making fun of
See, that's the
you,
same
and then
thing
I
I
did the
just
exact
did.
same thing.
So, anyways, yeah, super excited and actually a little bit nervous about
Right?
getting to chat with Rachel Talalay because I think I gushed over her fairly badly at FanCon. I was like super excited to meet her. I think she's just brilliant. And yeah, man. So for those of you who maybe I'll save the intro. Um, but yeah,
Yeah. Well,
I'm at
okay.
a
Let's.
I'm at a loss for
It's
words.
okay. Well, since we got a couple minutes before we're going to get into the next panel, and actually, in fact, what I probably should do is while we're doing that, I will load and be professional. But as we get into that, Norm, don't we have a sponsor?
We do. Thanks, Paul. Yes, this stream is being brought to you by Barkerville Brewing. I'm enjoying myself a little sluice juice at the moment. Very tasty. Very tasty. This is the first time I've had a sluice juice. Highly recommended. My go-to is the Wandering Camel IPA, or as it's known in the FanCon arena, the Darling of 2018. So yeah, I encourage you, I highly encourage you to pick yourself up some Barkerville product, any kind of Barkerville product, because there are very staunch supporters of the Northern FanCon.
Yes, indeed. Each and every single year.
I
Uh,
can't stop thinking about Bob saying, "Look at the camera," but I'm like, it's tough, man, because you're talking to a screen, and then like I'm looking at the camera right now, but I keep seeing other stuff. Like I keep seeing this down here. So like your instinct is to look at the
yeah,
other face, right?
yeah. It's something I've actually learned. If I just kind of go like this, then I can distract you in all sorts of different directions. Which the funny thing is, my camera does have a little tiny white light right above it, which
Heads
reminds
up.
me to actually look right there and focus and keep things going. But unfortunately, I also have multiple monitors, so you'll find me looking left and right and trying to keep it going. But this is the
Okay,
world we
so
live in. Yeah.
does it look like I'm looking at the camera right now?
No.
Now does it look like I'm looking at the camera?
Yes.
All right, so there's a green dot that I have to
Yes.
watch. I
I know it's difficult, isn't it? It's about keeping the
mean, I
focus.
wish if I could put like a picture of someone there, maybe, but whatever.
Keep your monologue right there.
You keep your monologue right there.
Well, I do what I can.
Am I looking at the camera now?
Yes, very stern like, little Clint Eastwood style. Okay, so we got our sponsors already going in, but for anybody who's just tuning in as well, there is hype already building in the chat. Totally appreciate that. Over the next couple of segments that are coming up, we're going to be going pretty much fast and the furious, as I've said before. It's one after the other after the other. If you have comments, you have questions, you have things you want to know, put them in the chats, be it on the YouTube or on Facebook or on Twitch, and we will get them. We'll pass them off to our hosts. In some cases, the hosts have perfect gaps to kind of throw in a few questions. In other cases, the guests just keep it going, and the 45 minutes are done so quick that we're on to the next segment. But we love the energy. Love the fact that you're putting out the hashtag FanCon from home. In fact, we have 10 minutes left in the cosplay contest.
Oh, dang. And I've seen some pretty crazy, cool cosplay contest submissions. I don't know if you've been keeping an eye on it because you actually basically have to keep an eye on everything that's
Everything.
happening right now. You're like Oracle, hey?
Trying to be. Trying to be.
We've gender swapped
Hmm.
Oracle, right?
It's okay. I'm alright with that.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Whatever.
Um, So yeah, I've seen like a couple of really cool TikToks, some great Instagram. So really super cool. I'm like, we didn't know what to expect, right? This is the first time we've ever done anything like this virtually, and it's yeah, I'm like, it's almost like that's a medium that's born for cosplay costume submissions, right? Because it's a very
It's true.
visual craft kind of piece. So, and Paul and I are both we've been monitoring um, the 20,000 or 20,000 the 2019 cosplay contest, which will be
Yes,
loaded for tonight for people to enjoy after the cosplay contest for 2020. So, which would be good. And I
that's
mean,
right.
in case anybody missed it, Mark Meer is going to be on board for all this. So it wouldn't be a cosplay contest, wouldn't be a cosplay shout out, any of that stuff without Mark Meer, who is arguably Mr. FanCon. That's the truth. Like on the global scale for sure. I might be Mr. FanCon in Prince George, but no, no, no. You get out there to Dubuque, Iowa, or wherever that Dubuque is. That's they know Mark Meer is Northern FanCon.
Well, and what is it that Commander Shepard has said about FanCon?
It's his favorite FanCon in the Citadel.
There you go. I mean, that if that doesn't make you Mr. FanCon at that point, I don't know what does.
Nope, nope.
But no, it's
That's it.
but yeah. So you haven't actually missed out on the cosplay contest yet. You can get your submissions in. It can be something simple and easy. You've got 7.5 minutes to go. Just put that hashtag on there of FanCon from home, and we will be looking at all those after 3 o'clock, loading them up, send them over to Mark, and he will be grading and making decisions accordingly.
I'm not sure. Did I have James on that list? Hey, this is the behind the scenes moment. Did I have James on that list for a new link for our Zoom? Because he
I
has yesterday's Zoom information.
I did send it to him this morning, but whether or not
Okay.
he actually got it, there's been a few mishaps. So, in theory, yes. If not, then copy and paste as you need to. But
Because we're bringing Jason David Frank into this one too, man. You
it's
know
gonna
what?
be all JDF all day long.
I'll tell you what.
But
I mean, I've only had a brief interaction with him, like throughout this. I mean, like we've spoken, like for like an hour or so, but I love that guy. I'm super excited for the day we actually are live with FanCon on the ground and in person when we get to meet him. He's a gift for sure. Like we're very lucky to have him as our 5:30 panel tonight.
yeah, it was pretty awesome. I remember when the day he was announced, we were kind of like, yeah, we know he's got good energy. We know Power Rangers are well known, but like, how's it gonna go? And like, the internet blew up on that one. They're like, oh my goodness, the Green Ranger's coming to FanCon, and just people lost their minds, which is awesome to see. And I can see why. I've seen a couple interviews with him recently, and the energy he brings, not only from what he was, but what he is now and where he's going. It's gonna be a huge segment.
Oh, Rachel's here.
Oh,
Uh,
nice, nice. Is the James here?
Waiting on James.
Waiting on our primary host. But
Oh, there's
yes,
James.
pointing his finger.
Ooh,
James, how's it going, buddy?
doing well. How are you?
Doing very well. We're about 6 minutes out. I see that Rachel's waiting for us, or is she, Paul? How does
Yeah,
that work?
yeah, she is. I just got to set her.
Well,
Actually, she's already set up as a panelist, so whenever she turns on her video, she's waiting on us at that point. So yes,
okay. So I mean, I guess should we wait till 3? What's your take? Do we wait till 3 to do the intro, or do we just jump right into it?
I think James has a lot to be able to say and share. He can actually start
Oh.
talking now, and that's a good thing. That's
We live?
your history of everything is fantastic. So yeah, we are live right now. We've just been kind of talking and kind of bringing anything up to speed. Norm just dropped a little sponsor there on a certain
Oh yeah.
beer.
We're on the Sluice Juice right now, James,
I see that.
from Barkerville, an area you're intimately familiar with.
Believe it or not, although I appear to be inside my TARDIS right now, I'm actually in Barkerville. So this particular
Oh,
TARDIS in Barkerville, but the backdrop is just a wall. So I thought it would be fun to throw up honor, a little honor to the 12th Doctor.
I was gonna say
awesome.
your Zoom game is on point. Different shirts and different backgrounds with every guest. You were doing it properly.
Okay, this is not working. My lighting is bad.
Oh, Rachel's joining us.
Okay, my
Hello.
lighting.
How are you doing?
Let's get my lighting so that I am not entirely a silhouette, although I prefer that. Can you hear me? Okay? Yes, you can hear me. Good.
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you great. For those of you just joining us, or maybe this is your first panel for the weekend, we've been very lucky this year. Northern FanCon obviously couldn't happen on our dates due to the COVID, but we couldn't have the weekend go by without something happening. So we've reached out to some of our very favorite guests and have been very lucky to get them to join us for some online conversations, right? So at least if we're missing out on the in-person aspect, at least we still have the connection aspect. So one of our, I shouldn't actually play favorites, but I totally gushed over Rachel last year. I pursued her, I think, actually for 2 or 3 years to get her to come to FanCon. I'm a big fan, and so I was like over the moon when she agreed to do this panel with us, and I was like, for me, it's always such an interesting conversation if we have someone who is also like, there is the established filmmaker, like the more than established, the iconic filmmaker that Rachel is, with an emerging filmmaker who is also a dear friend of mine, James Douglas, who is the director of The Doctor's Case. For Rachel, she has like such a tremendous body of work. For me personally, it all started with Tank Girl. I worked in a video store at the time, and I remember when it came out, I was just like, it was bonkers. It was all the things that I completely loved. But she's gone on to, for the more current things that she's done, Doctor Who, Sherlock, Riverdale, Supernatural, Flash, Supergirl, pretty well any significant fandom that is available today, she's been a part of, and we're so very lucky to have her here today. So please join me in welcoming Rachel Talalay.
Yay! Thank you. You were so kind to me last year that it felt that it was important to come back and show my appreciation back to the fans, to you and the fans. So thank you.
I appreciate it. It's funny because one of the things that we've been talking about with everybody during these panels is about moments, right? So for me, that's FanCon is it's hard currency as moments. It's like, you know, the moment when you get to debut your costume for the very first time. You've been working on it for a year. The moment that you get to meet, you know, like the person that inspired you in the fandom, right? So so whether that is William Shatner or Rachel Talalay or Sky Borgman or and it's funny because you actually represented a couple of those moments that I saw, that it wasn't particularly my moment, but I saw it play out. One was where we had 2 fans that were actually dressed up. Their cosplays were your respective fandoms, and you mentioned it in an interview that we did with you, which I thought was tremendous. And Sky Borgman, who is beside you, she's the director, for people who don't know, she's the director of Abducted in Plain Sight. You were a big part of her moment for FanCon. She actually mentioned it yesterday when we interviewed her. She's like, that's what she said her moment was the Rachel Talalay moment. So you guys are buds.
We are. You created our buddom. So our paldom, we really bonded. I mean, there's something about being together next to each other. One of my moments is something that always means a lot to me in um, when I'm just sitting there and a couple will come up. And one of them will say, my partner is a huge fan of yours. And the partner will be so painfully shy that they're embarrassed even to come up. And there's me feeling like I'm just about to drop my coffee all over everyone, and that you know, completely hopeless. And the idea that somebody would be frightened to come talk to me is still remarkable to me. But and then to help draw that person in and into a conversation and make them comfortable, to talk about both themselves and their what my work has done for them really means a lot. And that happened a couple of times during that weekend. And it's just so yeah, it means a huge amount to know that your work has lasts more than you have any idea about, and means more to people than you have any idea about.
I think that a friend of mine told me years ago, and I might get it wrong, but the principle is like such a romantic notion. He was talking about how Tool, you know the band Tool.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was talking about how the band Tool, Maynard Keenan writes all of their songs as if they're spells, like magical spells, and so, but like fundamentally, if you think about the definition of magic, it's something that induces transformation. So like by looking at it that way, it's like you listen to the song and you're affected by it in some way, and it does change you in some way. So I mean, you as a filmmaker have that magical capability too. You're creating magic. It's like it's really quite profound, and I mean, I think you're one of my very favorite magicians. So
Well, and if I can say the same, because it's interesting, again, these patterns that happen in people's lives and the works of art that affect people. Like before I understood, like last year, I started to do a little bit of research on you, Rachel, and realized that you have been a part of so many important moments for me in film and television before I even knew it. I mean, the Nightmare on Elm Street series was huge for me growing up. You know, I was the only child of a single parent mom, so I spent a lot of time in the house by myself watching TV, and I got really into horror franchises. And something about Nightmare on Elm Street really did it for me. And Freddy's Dead is fantastic. I mean, just the fact that there's some 3D elements in it is insane to me. But then later on in life, when I grew up, because I went through a bad breakup in my early 20s, wound up living with a friend who had also gone through a breakup. He had no furniture in his house. All he had was a TV, a VCR, and two cassettes. One of them was like the first 3 seasons of Red Dwarf, and one of them was Tank Girl. And so I used Tank Girl to get me through this horrendous breakup about 20 years ago, without even really understanding that someday that I might actually get a chance to say thank you for that.
So I've done two other Zoom events this week, and one had to do with Nightmare on Elm Street that's not public yet, so I'm not going to talk about it. But the other one was for the Directors Guild of Canada, and it was a group Zoom where we were talking about how to break into the business. It was a 6-hour roundtable about how to break into the business and how to do your meetings and things like that. And one of the first things they asked us to do was introduce ourselves. And the other 3 directors were more junior to me, but had done incredibly well in short periods of time. And they were each either show running or producer directing shows, and really impressive. But they had their little patter about, you go into a meeting in Hollywood for the first time, and they had their patter about, and I had the embarrassing moment. I thought, oh my God, what do I say? Like, I go into these meetings, and generally it will already be set up that somebody will say, already start with, I'm a fan of blah, blah. So, and I'm incredibly fortunate because it's not just all those fandoms, it's also having produced for John Waters.
Mm.
So if people don't like horror and people don't know, like know the British stuff, although they tend to know Sherlock, even if they're not Doctor Who fans, then I can always say Hairspray. So, and then they want to know all about John Waters. So there's pretty much in Hollywood something that I can start with. And so I had this sort of moment of saying, well, I'm kind of fortunate because usually it's already been told by my agent that they're a fan of blah, blah, and I can come in and start talking about blah, blah, whatever that blah, blah is. And later on, somebody else joined and gave their spiel and said, well, what did you say, Rachel? And they very embarrassingly said, Rachel's beyond introductions. And I was like, no, I'm not. And that doesn't mean I get the job. But I have been lucky that my body of work has really had A lot of people I grew up with or in our early days in the 80s during the sort of video cassette world of independent filmmaking, where a lot of it was indie horror. A lot of people did stuff that didn't have longevity. And I lucked into the Nightmare series. It wasn't like I was so smart that I knew that I was going to find that best horror script. I mean, I got hired to be accountant and location manager on part one. And what happened by part three, when I was producing, was that I discovered how much I loved making these, doing special effects and making these, and how tremendously, wonderfully challenging doing effects was, and working out what horror was all about. But that was just good luck. That wasn't because all these other people worked on franchises that didn't have the longevity. So I was really lucky. Tank Girl's different because that was my passion project. I mean, I killed the female comic book character story for 20 years, but
that's only because the film is so ahead of its time. I mean,
Way
if that
ahead of its
came
time.
out now, it would make $1 billion, I think.
So it's so wonderful I mean, and that's another experience, is going through something that killed your career and then watch it. I'd rather have the film be the film that people really, really, really care about 20 years later. I mean, I'd rather it was a success and my career had taken off, but happier that it's the film that people care about 25 years later than a film that just never found its place.
Well, and who knows though what your career would have been though if it maybe it would have been way more different, right? Like,
yeah. And not necessarily better.
Right.
Totally.
I've certainly had to struggle. I mean, it looks like I've certainly worked incredibly hard and struggled very, very hard for many years to get to the place where I finally got to do Doctor Who and got to start really working on things that I could really stretch my muscles on again after. I mean, there were bits and pieces throughout the what I call the dark years, which is the 2000s, where it was very, very hard for women. There were bits and pieces that I did that I really loved, but not the same kind of thing as once I started doing Who, that I've really had opportunities since then that have been wonderful. But working on Doctor Who was, just spectacular.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up because not only were you the first American, I believe, who ever directed an episode of Doctor Who, you then went on to direct 7 of them. So how was that experience and what brought it about? I mean, was it simply a situation where your agent put you in touch with them, or was there another connection that brought you there?
No, I fell in love with the series. I mean, when I saw that they were bringing the series back, because I had watched the series when I was a kid and we had lived in England. I have all these connections to the UK and I have British citizenship, although I'm very much American, but I have British parents. And I'm Canadian too, so just to, I now bridge everyone. I had appreciated the show when I was a kid, but it hadn't been my passion. But when they were bringing it back, I was like, how the hell are they going to do that? And how is this? And so I was just curious when it came back. And I knew that Russell T Davies was a genius writer, but I was still like, I don't know about this. And I turned it on and I was, whoa, this is amazing. He has given me so much heart. And then series 2, when David Tennant came in, and my kids who were the perfect ages to be absolutely terrified and fall absolutely in love with everything to do with it. So it became that family event. And I called my agent. I have a UK agent, and I called my agent and said, I really, really, really want to work on this. This feels like everything I want in terms of incredibly complex special effects. How are they doing all these really difficult things so beautifully? They clearly really care about the quality. Then there are these great stories, and then there's this wonderful acting. So I would really like this opportunity. And over the period of time from series, and I wasn't in the UK that much, so whenever I went over, I would say, can you get me an interview? So I interviewed 3 times. Before series 8, when I finally was offered an episode. So that was like, I worked on that. And then when I was finally offered an episode, and it was the 2-part finale that Stephen Moffat was writing, and huge Stephen Moffat fan, and of course Peter Capaldi. And then I always thought, I just remember looking at my daughter who'd sort of been through, grown up through the 8 years where I was trying, or the 6 or 7 years where I was trying to get the job, and said, what if I screw it up? What if I'm wrong? What if this isn't the thing that I thought it was going to be, or I just don't fit in or don't. And so my thought was, well, I've got to figure out how to do my best work, which you should. It sounds like, well, aren't you doing your best work on everything? But there's a difference in working on British television in that the things are more yours than just coming in and doing episode 17 of this series of The Flash. It's very difficult doing that episode, and you really care about that episode, but you're not. In British television, and especially something like Doctor Who, where every episode is its own mini movie.
Yeah.
It's its own world. It's its own mini movie. So I just went in and thought, how do I fit in and how do I work this out? And it's a really complicated, under budgeted, difficult show. And I was like, okay, everything I know from Nightmare on Elm Street about how to do things for low budget, and all my love of this is going to come into this, and that clearly showed through. So and it was easier when I was asked back on series 9 from the standpoint of comfort. Like, okay, they like me. I've gotten over this. I'm so nervous. What? And now they're, and then I was given the best episode I could ever imagine, which was Heaven Sent. I mean, in terms of a filmmaker's piece of work, I was given this glorious script, and after that, it just became, it's so much a part of me. So again, a lot of good luck in there. I mean, hard work, passion for the project, but also good luck.
That's amazing. Love it. So in both the instances of say Tank Girl and Doctor Who, you're like, obviously you're a very passionate person, right? Like, so I mean, like you're kind of pursuing those things. And I might be jumping ahead a little bit here, but I'm fascinated by you. So what are you passionate about right now? Like because obviously, I mean, maybe it's something you can't even talk about. That would be fair. But I mean, like, because it seems like the things that you are passionate about are glorious things. So
right.
what are you passionate about right now?
I'm developing a TV series that I can say very little, but I'm developing a female-oriented horror TV series that I'm really excited about. It's interesting that people will say, like, what is it? Oh, you've done so many different things. Well, who are you, and what, and how do you know that you want it? And you think, well, I'm always looking for a great script. So, and something that I connect with, and it usually has to do with teenage girls. If I really, and teen, I mean, much of what I'm passionate about has to do with um, empowering women, and particularly empowering girls. I think because I was so traumatized as a teenage girl, that will never not be my topic. So any way I can do that. I'm currently finishing a movie I have been working on for over a year with Netflix. So we're editing at the moment. It's called A Babysitter's Guide to Monster Hunting.
Yeah.
Based on a series of books, and very much about it's a family monster movie, which is very mysterious to me. Walking that balance with family it has been an interesting challenge, because I naturally am too scary, and finding that, but it's not that I'm naturally not funny, because and if you know my Freddie, it's the campiest, and I mean, I was instructed to make it the most humorous Freddie, but it's it's probably it hasn't aged as well as I because of that, but it was the instruction was to make it much funnier, and our audience was much bigger when we went with the funnier Freddies. When we went too intense, we lost audience. But it's a really interesting balance with the family to figure out how young does Netflix want to go, and how scary can we be, and still be tantalizing, but not have people turn off the TV in the first 5 minutes, which is scandalous or change the movie in Netflix. It's so easy to do.
Yeah.
So I'm really enjoying that challenge. I think the movie's coming out really well. But as I said, it's not naturally, I naturally gravitate toward the slightly older and more sophisticated, um, and more teen torture stories. Tortured teen, not torturing teens. Not torture, not, I'm not a fan of torture porn. And I think things are very different right at this moment. I was saying, I think that there's going to be a lot more interest in comedy and coming up. And I mean, we are in a war zone in our own way. I think that I feel incredibly fortunate to be in Canada, and not in the US at the moment. But I think the next year is going to be even if we get a vaccine in the fall, which of course I pray we do, it's still going to take time for all the hardships, uh, for us to recover from all the hardships. And I think it's really important that I think there's going to be an interest in lighter materials. So it's going to be harder to do, and people aren't really going to want to do pandemic stories.
Mm.
So, but so it's more like old school Hollywood, which doesn't mean they don't have to be profound. You can do comedies that are profound. It doesn't, but I do think there's going to be more interest in lighter materials.
And that's like follows, I mean, like there's cycles anyways, right? Like there's things get bigger, things get, fall to the wayside or whatever. But yeah, that's, I mean, everywhere right now people are looking for light.
Mhm.
Right, and that's actually part of the reason why we're doing this is, and we've been very lucky because we've had folks like you that have volunteered their time, but we're like, you know what, let's do something where we're focusing on sort of positivity and keeping connected, and it's just something, right? So it's yeah.
It's why I said yes, because I feel like it's so tough at the moment.
Mhm.
So if listening to me is a good thing, then I will try, and I'm sort of that bounce back person who wants to try and keep things positive, and certainly, um, so the joy that I've had, and the good luck that I've had in my career, I do want to spread that if I can, and figure out how to help, if I can. I mean, it's just stopped this as I got into my car this morning. I stopped my neighbor who's a nurse just to thank her and say, "What can we do for your family?" Um, because those are the people who you have to bless every day.
1000%. 1000%.
Speaking of female empowerment and sort of doubling back to Doctor Who just for a moment, because we did have a question from one of our fans who's watching right now, from Rocket Pepper Cosplay, and I believe that they're referring to Doctor Who because the question is, any plans to come back and direct more episodes? And I know things have shifted; it's not Moffat anymore; it's Chibnall, but we do have a female Doctor now,
Yes.
with Jodie Whittaker. Is that something you would be interested in doing, or?
Yes, Chris asked me right away, if I could come straight on to series 11. Um, I had spent almost a year doing the finale and the Christmas special and the transformation, and so I really wanted some time at home with my family. And then as series 12 started, I got this movie, and I've been on this movie where I haven't had any flexibility to do anything. I really wanted to work on Dracula with Moffat, and couldn't get free from the movie. And so it just time wise, it hasn't worked out. In the current situation, the questions would be, when are they coming back? Who is already booked from now they have their roster, and there's some wonderful directors that they have. And what are the travel options? Because it's a lot more difficult to get to Cardiff from Vancouver than from the around the UK.
Yeah.
So I'm not holding my breath for series 13. I loved working with Jodie Whittaker. I think there's a lot of good things about the. I'm fascinated by the changes that Chris has brought.
Mhm.
Of course, my heart belongs to my period, but that doesn't mean I don't want to expand. And I love that I love that there's a real sense of greater scope in especially this most recent series.
Mhm.
So there's a lot to really love about where it's going. So there's discussion, but the most recent discussion I had with Chris was, we don't even know when you're coming back, what the circumstances are, and my availability, your availability, your spaces. So everything kind of got thrown up in the air with the virus and with all the changes. So I wouldn't hold your breath for me coming back in series 13. But it's not a never. I'm not doing it. There's none of that going on. It's really to do with also needing to expand and having done or finishing off a large feature. This feature for Netflix is a pretty decent, hefty budget. Looking for, how do you expand on that?
Right.
For sure. Also speaking to the kind of female empowerment bit, I've actually run into a couple of friends who are filmmakers in Vancouver, and every time your name comes up, people talk about how much they adore you. That's like across the board. And so the two girls I met with, they're called the Spear Sisters.
Yeah.
And they're amazing. I think they're headed for very, very big things. But how important is it to you? I mean, obviously it's important, but I mean, like, in the respect of actually mentoring emerging filmmakers, do you ever get a chance to do that? Because obviously you're very busy. But like, is there a place in your world for that?
Yes, and I try to make room when I can. So with the Spear Sisters, they were making a short. Vancouver has this wonderful short competition called Crazy Eights, and I'm sure you've seen
Yeah.
them. And people really emerge from this. It's really got a lot of attention, and so this is the second year in a row that I've mentored. I mentored them last year, and I'm not sure that mentoring them is what I did in terms of, they had a wonderful script. They're really talented filmmakers, so I was just able to ask some questions and see what I could do to help, and then help encourage uh, uh, and introduce them to certain people. But they're, um, I mean, my idea of mentoring filmmakers like that was really to encourage how good their ideas were,
Mm.
and just to say, and to say really simple things like, if you're going to make a short film, really what are the things that are going to make it distinctive. And they already had a really good script, so there was already that. But they had questions for me about how to do the visual effects, so we had a lot of good dialogue like that. I looked at their edits, and then I mentored actually uh, uh, two guys this year, which normally I wouldn't have done. But one of them had been the production coordinator on both Riverdale and Babysitter's Guide, and I love him so much. So there are personal connections that, when people really care about people, and they were doing a horror one. So I really, again, it was sort of in my wheelhouse.
That's awesome. What's his name so we can keep an eye out for him?
Josh, oh God, you just put me on the spot.
That's okay.
I
We'll
just
look
know
up Josh.
And what's
Josh is all we
the
need.
it's a piece about, it's a horror spider piece. It's I'm so embarrassed.
Don't worry about it.
I just turned bright red and now I'm sweating. Great.
Well, there goes our. Yeah, Norm, thanks a lot.
Yeah, right.
I'll come back in a second. It begins with an H.
Oh, you know what? We'll get one of our tech guys looking it up for us.
Yeah.
Paul,
Josh
can you look that up?
Farnworth. Josh Farnworth.
Boom.
Wonderful.
Sorry, I just was not on the tip of my tongue.
That's all good. That's all good.
So if I could jump back to John Waters just for a little bit, because I'm really very curious about that as well. And that's how my wife knows you, or at least, was she definitely recognized the films that you were a part of. What was that like? Because I mean, just reading about it online, you seem to have been studying to do a very different thing in life, and then as the story goes, a chance encounter with John Waters kind of completely changed the course of your career. And is that true? And what was that like? Because John Waters being, quite an amazing, flamboyant
Yeah.
figure.
So it's not quite like I just ran into John and he said go into film rather than than going into math. I was always interested. I was always passionate about film, but when I got accepted to Yale, I realized that Yale was not a film school, and I came from a very academic, science-oriented family, and so I decided that I should do a math major, which I was comfortable with while I was at Yale, and then go and pursue what I was interested in. And I was working for the summer in Baltimore, where I grew up, in a computer lab in at Johns Hopkins, and there was an ad for trying to figure out what I was going to do after school, and turning down jobs with, at that point the big companies were jobs with IBM and things like that, with a math major from Yale and some and computer work. And there was an ad for John's polyester, which he was making, and I just wrote a letter and said, what can I do? I can make coffee. And they basically came back and said, do you have a car and will you work for free? So so I took my, because that was my, I knew nobody in the film business, coming from the East Coast and being from Baltimore, I didn't know anybody. I didn't even have a starting place to break in. Um, so that was my introduction, and that's where I met New Line as well. So, and it was New Line who then financed the next movie John made, was Hairspray, which New Line financed. And at that point, I'd gone from being a PA and learning the production. I'd done other work with New Line as an accountant, because they wanted to use my math skills, even though there really isn't a relationship between a math major and accounting. Um, but just, oh, okay, I can do that. I'll figure that out. I mean, that was part of it. It's we do every day on set. I'll figure that out. And so when New Line decided to make Hairspray, they said, "Will you go back and produce it?" And I said, "Well, I have to talk to John Waters, because I was a PA when I was on his last film. I'm not sure that how he feels about my coming back as his producer." And he said, "Look, they're going to give me somebody. I'd much rather it be you than some." I mean, and I had stayed in touch with him, and that was an incredible. That was Hairspray, and that was an incredible experience. And I've been close to John ever since. And he is as amazing as everything you read and everything. I mean, he is just truly a remarkable artist and thinker, and he is unique, and incredibly fortunate anytime I spend any time with him, because he also makes you laugh nonstop.
Oh, I bet. I think too, maybe, and maybe I'm just talking out of my butt, but I think people don't, if this generation maybe don't really quite understand exactly how significant he is. Not only because of the types of films that he was able to make, but just because of the type of personality he was at the time that he was, whereas now that's a little bit de rigueur, I suppose, with Hollywood types. But John was, just from an a bystander or an outsider looking in, just somebody who seemed so completely unafraid to be himself, even when all of, and obviously he's talking about society and lambasting that a lot in his films. So you see his response to that. But I don't know. I don't really even know what I'm saying. He is such an important figure in popular culture, subversive popular culture, and I'm not sure that can be overstated, to be perfectly honest.
I agree, and I mean, there's sort of the two sides to John Waters, and the interesting thing about how rare what he did was, which is he didn't think that making Hairspray was making this PG accessible movie. That, I mean, he thought that would kill him, that it was PG, and that then became a huge Broadway musical. So therefore, it came back as the Zac Efron movie. Um, so there's a whole generation that knows him as the more accessible filmmaker, and doesn't know that Pink Flamingos played at midnight and got him arrested, and that he was the ultimate subversive underground filmmaker. And I mean, there was a moment when my daughter, when she was 11 or 12, met him, and had read some of the chapters of his books about comme des garçons and fashion, and I'd given her some specific things to read. And huge Hairspray fan, huge fan of Crybaby, and thinking that that's what he was an oddball, but that was the filmmaker he was. And then she came back and having read another chapter in the book, said, maybe she was 13, but said, I want to see Pink Flamingos. And you're like, no. But no, in a way that is, so here's a kid who's 13 going on 18 in her head, who's illegally downloaded 50 Shades of Grey and read all of them at 13 and doesn't want you to know, but sort of wants you to know that she's cool enough to have done it, and already saying, I recognize that they were stupid, but I had to know what happened, kind of. And thinks that she can handle whatever is thrown at her. And you're trying to figure out a way how to say, do not watch this movie at 13 without it making her want to watch it even more, and be, well, what could possibly be so subversive that I can't handle? And knowing that it would be, and we were talking the other night, and I'm not sure she still knows what, because she actually did listen to me when I said, look me in the eye and don't do it. It will be not, you need to be college age and ready for it, not because it's more sexual than anything you've seen, but because these are the filthiest people alive, and you don't necessarily want to experience what that means. Still not wanting to say, and then Divine eats dog shit. But the other, and she was actually, in spite of all that, she's quite sensitive to horror, so she would never watch a horror film purposely. And she was saying the other night how traumatized she was by the first episode of Black Mirror, the Prime Minister and Pig episode, how she's still traumatized by having seen parts of that when she was 13, 14. And in my head was still like, oh, thank God you listened to me and didn't want to watch Pink Flamingos. But now you're old enough to see what an amazing, ironic, funny, remarkable underground movie it is. But there was definitely too young to watch that movie.
Even college age, it was female trouble for me. Like, I had seen Serial Mom, and I had seen Hairspray and Crybaby. So again, I had sort of thought that that's what John Waters was all about. I mean, I'd read about some of his more interesting exploits, and then somebody put Female Trouble on for me, and I was just like, I couldn't look away, but I was so amazed, and then really got into it and watched the rest as well. But yeah, I can totally understand how, especially if somebody was younger. So I think I was in my early 20s. If I'd been in high school, I would hope that somebody would have said, maybe just lay off that for a little while, and
no matter how sophisticated you think you are, I mean, 16 at least.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah.
So one of the things that we've been asking people during these streams, because everybody is sort of on the lockdown experience, and I recognize that you're still working because you have the ability to work from home, right? Or you're editing.
I'm actually in the editing room today. We're actually working together, so I've been not 100% on lockdown like most of you, because we have a building to ourselves, and it's me and the editor. And he was ill for 3 weeks at the beginning of this happening, so he had to be tested, and then he was completely quarantined completely for 3 weeks. So we got permission to work together. So I've not been quite as locked down as a lot of you, in terms of, and Vancouver's been a little bit better situation and a little bit looser, but yes, there's still, and my kids are who are adult age, but are home, and there's definitely a lot of lockdown going on.
So like during this time, have you, so one of the things we've been asking people is, is there, because I find that a lot of people have been doing things that maybe they didn't have the time for, or getting around to that book they've always wanted to read, or watching that film that's kind of been on the back burner, or, and it's interesting, like there's a couple of answers that have come up kind of from everyone, but is there anything that lockdown has kind of like kind of put a spotlight on for you, where you're like, oh, actually, I read this book and it's crazy, or like I have been doing this?
Yes, but more than anything, I have made the list of the things that I'm desperate to have the time to do that lockdown is supposed to let me do, and I have yet to be free because I have been working absolutely, even from home, absolutely nonstop. I've definitely been doing more reading. I've definitely been watching my daughter play Animal Crossing, and learning more about that. I've been teaching myself some programming, which I've wanted to do forever. So working on actually programming my own website rather than. And I had an indie film. I don't know if we've ever talked about this last year because I have an indie film that I shot with my daughter in 2012 and was trying to finish for 7 years.
Wow.
So the beginning of lockdown, we actually finished it. So that was huge. So I've been getting that out. So certain things that I had to teach myself on the computer, um, and podcasts, and then also watching more things, and some of that has been classic movies,
Oh, yeah. Like
as
which?
well. Well, for like I was watching some, I would watch Bergman's Persona. I watched Alphaville, and then doing more family things, in terms of watching things together as a family, which is weird with your adult kids who have. Um, and my younger one had just started university, just and was forced back to do Zoom university. And I've really loved sitting with her on her lectures. She had an amazing art history professor and a global health professor that I was really enjoying doing together. Now, what are other people doing?
So a common thread has been books on tape, or I mean, it's funny because every person who's said that has said books on tape, but they're not on tape anymore. Obviously, it's like Audible, but I mean, like we're talking to people our age, really, right?
Yeah.
Like, so that's been a big one. Gardening has been big. Baking, and then there's been different series. Tiger King has come up a couple times. Have you watched that?
No, I have a aversion to everything I've heard about it.
Yeah, it's a train wreck, but so like, yeah, it's just like those kinds of things, right? Like, I mean, obviously Netflix does a really good job of delivering what you kind of want to see, right? So I mean, like there's been some similarities there, and then there's been a lot of like people saying, I've connected to folks I haven't talked to in a long time,
Yes.
right? So these
There's a
kinds
lot
of
of that in a
totally.
way that, yeah, there's a lot of that in a way that's really unexpected and it's very connected. The thing that I was doing, the thing that I do every day is I post a behind the scenes picture from my Doctor Who on my Instagram.
Yeah.
Follow me on my Instagram, please.
I love it. I love it.
But yeah, so I'm doing a behind the scenes photo a day, and it's interesting to see what sort of a combination between some stuff that's really behind the scenes, how we did stuff, and we've also been doing these who lockdown live tweets. So I did a live tweet with Stephen Moffat of Heaven Sent, and that actually required me to do a ton of homework. But yeah, so there's not as much free time as certainly, and I'm glad I'm working because I think I would be really sad, even more sad. And I spend far too much time reading medical things and far too much time being angry at the news.
That's actually also a common thread that keeps coming up. Is like people watching the news is very, it's not the greatest anymore, right? It's just
there's pretty much,
a bummer.
except yeah, there's pretty much really have to work hard to find. And I made a rule at the dinner table that everybody had to come with one positive thing. But the rule didn't last that long. But sometimes it's just things like there's progress on this virus, on this vaccine, or and sometimes it's I read a really nice story about so and so did something, or it's just a funny tweet.
That's awesome. And that's kind of like sort of the objective of this series of panels for this weekend is, just to do something positive, to keep positive and see what people are up to and like feel connected, right? So that's amazing.
And it's okay to feel bummed out because this is unprecedented in every way. And I think it's remarkable to see how the human race, because it is worldwide, has instantaneously changed in 1 week. How
Mhm.
you can say in 1 week, okay, everybody go home, no school, no this, no, and everyone adapted, um, and has found all these different ways to connect. And it's going to be a remarkable. I mean, I am so sad about the unemployment and the loss of business, but it's going to be fascinating to see how those other things and people who can, how many more things can be done working from home, where people don't have to be forced to go into call centers miserably,
Mhm.
and can be trained properly and then work in a more comfortable environment and things like that. That I think there's the possibility for real revolutionary change for the positive, but we have to have the right leaders for that.
1000%. I mean, there's innovations that'll come out of this that are going to be absolutely fantastic. I keep
Mhm.
saying to people, I'm like, there's great ideas that we don't even conceive. Like we can't even quantify them or anything. It's like they're coming, but we've never been in this situation before. So it's not like we won't even realize them. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So we're almost out of time. I
We do
wish we
have,
could just talk to you forever, but okay. So James has got a question.
there is one more question from our fan. So if we can
I
squeeze
want you to
that in.
tell me about what the doctor's case is.
Oh,
Oh, well,
okay.
well.
So we've got time for that.
Should we ask the
Forget
question
me.
first and then we'll get on to the doctor's case?
Yeah, let's do it.
So this question is from Leah, and she says that Rachel was my favorite interview last year. So she interviewed you, such an extensive list of work. And I'm wondering what has been the project you, Rachel, liked working on the best, or which has meant the most to you?
um, oh God, because there are difficult experiences when you're working on them that mean that. I mean, I think that Heaven Sent, the Doctor Who episode, is my best piece of work, and the piece of work that's most resonant. It's a remarkable piece of writing and acting, and it's really about loneliness and grief. And yet, it's not the saddest thing you've ever seen. So that it was really wonderful working on that, and I really knew that I had the feeling that I was doing something special, if that is not the most horrible overused word. And equally working on Tank Girl, just knowing that I was making this I was getting to make this kick ass, really my piece of work, where I could be as weird as I wanted to be, and everybody involved in it got it. Was that we were going to break the glass ceiling, and we were making this thing that would last and that people would really care about, and that would be really important for women to be able to. There's a little piece of Tank Girl in every woman. There's that little piece that doesn't give a wishes that they could say everything they think and have that kind of uh, uh, freedom that men kind of naturally have, but it's taken away from them, and in society, and and she personifies that little piece of independence, of security that women want, and that's in them. And I feel like that's what I was able to represent there. So those are two of them. I've had some wonderful times on other shows. It was amazing working on Sherlock. It um, I love doing. I really love doing Doom Patrol. And
Oh, yeah.
Alan Tudyk was there last year, and it was really cool. But just doing Doctor Who, yeah, and getting to do regeneration. I mean, taking Peter to Jodie Whittaker was really, knowing you're doing something that is iconic and forever is yeah, wow, lucky me.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, the doctor's case, just to answer your question, is the Norm and I co-produced it's a Stephen King Dollar Baby. I don't know if you're familiar with the Dollar Baby program, but Stephen King has a list of short stories that he holds the license
Right.
to, and he'll let you have non-commercial rights to make a film on them for $1 if they accept your proposal. And I put in a proposal in the fall of 2016 to do The Doctor's Case, which is his Sherlock Holmes story. He wrote for the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes back in 1987. And so in 2017, over 12 insane days and long, long nights, the first time I've ever directed, or I've written a little bit for the screen before. I've done a lot of theater work before, but I've always wanted to make a film. I've always wanted to make that one. And we luck came our way, or fortune shined on us, and we were able, through a whole lot of hard work from a lot of volunteer people, to make a 65-minute short feature that adapts
Wow.
Stephen King's short story, which has done really well over the last few years on the festival circuit. We've been into about 40 different festivals and won some very nice awards. It's been a real treat, especially for a first timer or a couple of first timers like us, other than a few shorts, to get the kind of response we have it's been so great, and it's spun off into some other things. So in fact, just before all of this came down upon us and forced us into isolation, we were just about to go to camera on the next short that we were going to make, which was written by Chris Diaz, a FanCon fellow here. So that's been postponed to the fall once everything gets sorted out. But The Doctor's Case was kind of the catalyst for all of that for us.
And it's super interesting
Right.
because for like The Doctor's Case, FanCon kind of laid groundwork for our connections to some guests that we were able to get to be in the film, right? So Denise Crosby, do you know who Denise Crosby is?
Yeah, I know who she is. Yeah.
Yeah. So Denise Crosby is one of the leads. Michael Coleman, who was on Once Upon a Time. James actually had a connection with William B. Davis through a friend of a friend. So I mean, it's actually like, for a first-time film, and we filmed at 3 National Historic Sites. We filmed at Craig Derrick Castle in Victoria and Barkerville. Have you been to Barkerville before?
No, but I've been because it's a long drive.
It's worth it though.
But
I'll
I've
send you a
seen
link
a
to it.
zillion. I've seen so many things about it because it's always brought up whenever you're trying to do anything historical in the time period or Western. It's always brought up, but I've actually never been.
Oh, this is
Well,
great.
we'll have to get you here, and I can send you a multimedia link that'll show you some of the place. It's really spectacular. I'm the media development person here and public
great.
programming, and that's what was so great about it, was because the core group of actors that we had were historical interpreters from here. So they lived and breathed this Victoriana every day. So it was a lot easier to kind of get that sense of authenticity on screen when we were, had less than 2 weeks to get this thing shot. So I have to give a shout out to the Barkerville actors who, we had some really amazing professionals who came in and knocked it out of the park for us, but it was the Barkerville actors who allowed us to even be able to do it in the first place, I think.
Fantastic. That's so cool.
Yeah. So I can't tell you how grateful we are that you were able to join us today. Like, you're awe-inspiring. And like I said, I shouldn't play favors, but you're like one of my favorite guests of all time. And honestly, every single person I've ever spoken to that actually knows you has like glowing praise for you. So I think that you put a lot of amazing energy out into the world, and you're totally like an artist's artist. So like, hats off to you.
Thank you. So everybody hang in there and stay safe. And I'm so glad you're doing this. I mean, I think that's, it's a lot of work to organize these things. And I hope that, I really appreciate everybody who's doing these things to help each other.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being with us, Rachel.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
2, 3. All right, let 'em in.
Having grown up reading comics and watching movies and all that kind of stuff, that almost makes me feel like the fantastic is possible. Northern FanCon was started in 2015, and it was born of my desire to bring something grand scale to this city. I'm the event manager for the Prince George Citizen, which is a newspaper that is over 100 years old. I started doing events 3 years ago after I had a lot of success with an arts and entertainment magazine that I created called the Scene PG magazine. I went to Calgary Expo, and I was like, man, it would be so awesome if we could actually do something like this in Prince George. We started doing sort of micro events, and we started with Kim Coates, who's from Sons of Anarchy. And then after that, we'd established enough of a relationship with one of the agencies, and that was William Shatner's agency. Once we confirmed William Shatner and we announced him, it blew up. Hey, what time are you gonna be on site? Putting it all together that first time, the event was much harder than I would have anticipated. It was 60 booths, 2 arenas, 12 guests, and I thought that was a huge accomplishment. We then tripled in size. Now we're in 4 arenas, we're over 180 exhibitors, and we have 20 guests this year. Once you open the doors, it's got a life of its own. The energy is so unbelievable, and everybody's so excited and so happy, and that's where they want to be. And it's like you're creating moments for these people. And that's kind of what keeps me going on it. The Awakenings booth, I'll show you where it is. When I'm on the floor, I like to make my rounds, and I like to actually check in with each of the artists, each of the exhibitors, each of the guests, so that they know like we're all partners in this great experience, right? So that's really important to me. This is cool. You got like such a great booth. This kind of event is just so awesome because it is that range of like the young to the old. Yeah, I think it speaks to like sort of the universal appeal to all this stuff. Right? It's not just an escape. It's something that you can actually get into and you can feel, and it's something more. Prince George is my hometown. This is where my heart is. Prince George is known for paper and pulp mills, but it's so much more than that. I think that the things that we're doing, it's going to change that perception. We're bringing all these great, amazing things to town, and we're going to get recognized for a few of those things as well. It's very, very kind of community-centric. It's super friendly and welcoming. I have a few places around town that are just my very favorites. One of them is Nancio's, which is like an old Irish pub, and I absolutely adore the fact that you go in and you're greeted by people, and it's very warm and it's very welcoming, and the atmosphere is just unbelievable. Hey buddy. How's it going? Good, how are you doing? I think we should have a lot of pride in where we live. We all build a community together. And if everybody's invested in it, then we have an amazing community like Prince George. I love it here. I think everything is so great. All the people are amazing. You know, it's beautiful here, and I want everybody who's out there to come and experience it and take a piece of it with them. I wasn't going to be told that we're not big enough or we're not cool enough. We are big enough and we are cool enough, and we are going to keep doing these things, and they're going to be amazing.
Everybody today.
Hey, this better be an HD, man. I mean, I work hard. I gotta work hard.
Full HD. It doesn't get much more HD than this. He doesn't know that I'm actually following my own.
Very nice. You're a stormtrooper. Profile. Watch it out. Overarm. Nice. Nice.
like to go home now.
There is a place we can rest our heads tonight. It's the second most haunted place in Barkerville, the St. George Hotel.
So not home?
No, hotel.
Hotel. Haunted hotel.
Yes, haunted hotel.
Haunted hotel.
All right, this way.
All I'm trying to do is get it to smooth, build that elasticity, and feel for when it starts to get combined enough. And those ratios I did are like the perfect. You do essentially 3 to 1 when you're doing peasant dough.
Yeah? You call it peasant dough?
Peasant dough. The reason I call it peasant dough is because in places like Orchetti Alley and things like that in Italy, they couldn't afford eggs and things like that. So a lot of them they did peasant dough, which is basically water, semolina. And you'll find in Italy, there's all these places that are just like whole alleys of just nonnas or grandmas just making one type of pasta. This is one of the easiest ones, and one of my favorites for just making at home. You know, if it's really humid at home, your flour might not need as much water. And see how it's starting to get nice and smooth? Just about that protein going. That's what makes it a noodle. If I just combined it, just like a really shitty cracker. I'm basically waiting to feel that spring, you know? See, it's almost smoothed itself back out. I'm gonna go a little bit more. I'm just doing like a little simple half fold and a push forward. We'll just cover it, damp towel, 15 minutes. All right, so the dough's been resting for about 30 minutes. And you can start to see the difference from that spring, how much softer that is.
So you don't want it to spring back up?
No, that's what the whole point of resting is. You're trying to relax all the protein and everything else in there. A little more of your semolina flour mix from Anita's. What we're trying to do essentially is make a nice little snake. It's a fun thing to do. That's why so many families, like, it becomes like a family recipe. Your family makes orchetti, your family makes cavatelli, your family makes gnocchietti. So you're kind of cutting into these little pillow shapes, which is kind of similar to what you see when you make like gnocchi.
Yeah.
Well, this is a cavatelli board, or probably a garganelli board.
Right.
We're not making garganelli, we're just using the wood for the shape. You can do this on any wood board, a sushi mat. I like the little rips, the ribbles in there. I think it makes the sauce stick to it better. So what you're trying to do, you're going to grab the cut side, push your thumb into it, press it, and then just let it roll, release. Let's edit that one out, because unfortunately I didn't flour the board enough. You have a nice floured cavatelli board, or garganelli board. Press your pillow into it, grab the cut side, and there you go.
There you are.
And that's how you make.
Oh, I could really hold on to some sauce.
Oh yeah. So like, if you don't have one of these, I'll show you a couple things on just a normal wood table. Honestly, use a sushi mat. Sushi mat, everyone has one of those at home, hopefully. Same thing, get a little flour on your board. Just keep the grains from being filled up. And there's two ways to do it now if you're just doing on a wood board. You can do your thumb again, which as you see, still has that nice kind of hole throughout it, little shape. A lot of people do this, the two fingers. They'll stretch it towards themselves. So like I said, cavatellis, you could do it without the beautiful rivets.
Rivets look better though.
The rivets will look way better. That's more like, that's kind of a sign of more of an affluent kind of family. But you can see how like this is, you do an afternoon making this, you have pasta for the next couple weeks. And one of these times I'll show you how to do orchetti. It's another peasant dough. Uses a very different kind of shape though. And with these you can freeze them, and it holds great. You can cook it from frozen, or you can dry it for a good half an hour and then put it in a bag and let it sit in your fridge for about 5 to 7 days. This is definitely an easy way to make delicious pasta that looks unique, and I haven't seen too much cavatelli for sale in stores. Be footage, or if you actually want to.
I have B-roll.
Yeah, B-roll is always good.
Sometimes you just compress it, like jump it up by like 100% to speed. Look how fast he's going.
So our water is at a nice boil. I'm just going to take our cavatelli we made before. I'm going to give it a little shake off. Get all the excess flour off. If you don't, your pasta water is going to boil over. And it'll be a little gummy when you actually go to use it. You don't want too much flour in your water, because starch water, pasta water, big part of our pasta sauce here. All right, since this is fresh pasta, this should take about a minute to 2 minutes.
Yeah, fresh pasta takes a lot less.
Now, normally on the restaurant situation, I have 2 burners going. I'll have my carbonara going as soon as I drop this. I only have the one available right now, so we're going to do it just in stages. Also makes it kind of easier. Get our pasta boiled to as al dente as fresh pasta can get. It's a little more, not as toothsome as dry pasta.
Right.
Which is why a lot of people actually prefer dry for carbonara. That's why I like the cavatelli if I'm doing it with the fresh noodle versus fresh spaghetti or bucatini. Because when you use fresh of those noodles, there's not a whole lot of bite to it. Carbonara needs texture. has to have texture. We'll check this in about a minute. Yeah, so my goal for the pasta water is always, I should have said this earlier, I want to taste like the ocean. Salty as can be, because when you're doing fresh peasant dough, you add very little salt to the dough itself.
Right.
All that seasoning should come in this. If you put too much salt in the dough, I find it makes it too tough, personally. But you salt the water, it's flavored, it's tasty, it's delicious. A good seasoned pasta water, you should be able to take the water, take some black pepper, take a little cheese, and you've got cacio e pepe, which is a delicious sauce.
Ah,
right?
I want to make cacio e pepe.
We can do that. So I'm just going to splash a little bit of olive oil on here, keep them gluing together.
Didn't do quite as well as we wanted them to do, but did better than we expected. And next year's the beginning of everything, don't you think? Cougars! No, we need more enthusiasm than that. Cougars! Now you're talking.
I got to go and visit the mall here, Pine Center Mall. Got a nice little gift card from the tourism board. Thanks, tourism board.
I saw Prince George, but we ate at this really great place called the Twisted Cork. Yeah. It was super good. It was really good.
We are in Prince George at the Northern FanCon. Put your hands together so the folks at home know you're real. You're real, all right. Real far from fucking everything, man. Holy shit, I had no idea I was going this far north this morning when I got up. I was like, Prince George, is that a Vancouver suburb? And it was not. Like, I flew over fucking mountains to get here. I was like, what happens if we go down? They're like, it wouldn't be good. But it's beautiful. Like, it's crazy. They make you travel to get here. This is in northern British Columbia. I've been to British Columbia many times, but the southern part, where all the fucking hicks live, down south. But apparently, I've never been here. This is gorgeous.
I've never been this far north of anywhere ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Let's just make sure that we got a level here really quick. Should be good to go.
Check, check. Mic. 1, 2.
Sibilance. All right, I think we're good on that front. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we are. We are good.
Check. Mic.
Now we have okay. All things professional.
Nothing like hearing yourself on camera.
It's the best feeling, isn't it?
It's weird.
Yeah, no doubt. But yeah, we are back and we are in full swing, and we're just getting ready to go into the next segment with Aaron Harrison. And of course, our host here is Leah. Leah, how you doing?
I'm good. I've been just chilling in the background watching all of our awesome panels today. So they've been so great.
Nice.
I love Rachel Talalay, so just putting that shout out there. Question. I understand, this is for you. Our good friend Jared Breaks, can you confirm this, that he made the music for in between little...
That's right, the little snippets on the inside there, that's actually the music from the FanCon pod, which was supposed to be a weekly thing, then became a monthly thing, then became a quarterly thing, but that being said...
then became a COVID thing.
Pretty much. But big shout out, big thanks to Jared Breaks for doing that music and putting it together. Like I said, it's the intro and it's the outro of the FanCon pod that is hopefully coming right back very soon after this, because this has been fun getting back in the studio and doing all these things.
Yeah.
So, thank you. And then we also got our other sponsor. I think you have that in the background there.
In the background, yes. The next panel is brought to us by our wonderful friends at Trench Brewing. If you log on to trenchbrew.ca, you can actually order beer, and if you live within Prince George, they'll send it to your house for $5, and you obviously need to be 19 plus for that. Free little sneaky teenagers out there.
Spoken from experience, right?
We were all degenerate teenagers at one point, for sure. That's for a totally different broadcast, and that we'll be talking about that. Also, too, just to remind people that we are trying to raise funds for the United Way, and we've got some awesome donate buttons up. Even if it's $1, even if you can't, whatever you can do, send it along to your friends. That would be awesome. And, continue to tag us in your FanCon from home pics and videos. I mean, we do have the cutoff done for the cosplay contest, but I mean, I saw a couple really awesome pictures last night of people actually watching from home. So, you tag us, you might win something. You never know.
That's true. Take a tag, put it onto whether it's on Twitter, on Instagram, on all those different socials out there. We love seeing the shots of where you're watching, how you're watching. Some big full families together, all kind of hunkered down and watching FanCon, and absolutely love
bunker.
that. Yeah, that's right. And again, obviously a big shout out and a thanks to every single one of the people for all the different panels, be it our hosts or be it our guests who are giving up their time to join us and show what a great community that has been created over the last 5, now 6 years. And the fun just keeps on going, because in less than 2 minutes, you're starting your panel. So how about I leave it over to you?
Has Aaron showed up? I don't want to introduce him and then it's crickets.
Oh, Aaron showed up. He's just being patiently waiting.
He's knocking on the door. He's like, "Come on, you guys! I'm waiting. I'm here." So our next guest is Aaron Harrison. He has been in the costume and prop industry for over 25 years. He's worked on titles such as Arrow, DC Legends of Tomorrow, Stargate SG-1, Chronicles of Riddick, and so much more. And guess what? He's going to show us inside his workshop, his costumes, his props, and I know he's just waiting to get through. So, are you out there, Aaron? He's probably figuring out how to turn on his camera and his microphone. Dead air. Oh.
Hi.
Hi, Aaron.
All right, how are you doing?
I'm great. I see that you grew you grew a bunch of hair since yesterday.
Yes. Are we live?
We are live.
Yeah, I decided to let my COVID hair grow out.
Right?
Yes. Yeah. Anyways.
Love it. I love it.
Using this little assembly that I bought that I've never used before. So, hi, everybody.
So how have you and Brooke been doing? Like, are you guys hunkered down in your house, or are you still working? What's the deal there?
Well, Brooke Brooke was just starting working on Batwoman.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and she was doing phenomenally there. They loved her, and um, she was familiar with the kind of things that they do, and they were playing with because superhero show to do superhero shows. So yeah, she was pretty much set. Um, then midway through, when they were getting to the end of it, and they wanted to keep her on, we heard about Riverdale.
Oh.
And when she messaged me about Riverdale, I was like, and so it begins. In 3 days, not even that, it's Supergirl, every other show just shut down.
Right.
I was waiting patiently to find out if, excuse me, Green Arrow and the Canaries was going to be picked up, and we'd find out by May. Well,
yeah.
Who knows? I could hassle Mark Guggenheim, and he'd be like, "Dude, come on." So,
Can't you just like make the pandemic end? We want to work.
Well, that's the hard part, because in the film industry, we have like they've been talking about putting 50 people into a set.
Right.
It takes way more than 50 people. They're talking about getting like rid of background. Unless you're doing a show on a spaceship where there's only 20 people maximum, and the cameras are all set up, and I mean, you could do it. We'd have to write a whole new damn show to do it. But they're talking social distancing with stunts, and I'm like, that's interesting. I'd like to see that. Other than guys, in a car that jumps over a wall. When you get a fight scene, like all these superhero shows, I mean, the finished Arrow now. If you tried to say, "Oh, we're not going to have any stunt guys together," and even the last episode of Batwoman, you're going to try and get all the stunt people not to touch each other.
Yeah. It's going to be a bunch of shadow boxing.
How does that work? So, yeah, no.
So, okay. So you guys are basically hunkered down at home with all of your cats. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm glad to see that you're drinking along with us. That's fantastic.
Yes. Hunker down with all the cats. So the cats, half of them are like, "I'm so done with you."
Why are you home?
Yeah. The other half of the cats are like, "I'm in heaven. Love me." Which I do, because I love my cats. Yeah. So I guess we're here to see my shop and my prop collection, which are in two different places. But I mean, we can start with.
Absolutely. You are so in control here. I might just jump in with some questions occasionally at the time. Like,
You absolutely can.
Yeah.
I'm going to flip the camera because nobody needs to see my talking head during this. So, give me a second. We're going to do this, and then we're going to, where's the damn, there it is. So I work in a garage.
Yep.
And you'd be able, it's unbelievable how many people work in garages. So it's a mess. It's perpetually in a mess.
Yeah.
Because, well, as a friend of mine said, a workshop that isn't a mess is a unused workshop.
That's right. It's your organized chaos that you've got going on there. You know where everything's supposed to be.
Exactly. I have my industrial sewing machines. This one I don't use so much anymore because I got this one over here. And my favorite and my nemesis, this one. You see, the needles on this are like a nail. Wow. I found this out when one of them went through this finger.
Oh my God.
It's a very powerful machine. It can sew through an inch of leather. So yeah.
That's what I was going to say. It must be used for something that's pretty heavy duty if it's that big of a needle.
A lot of what I do is that, and then I have my TV and DVDs because I chew through every movie I have. And as I said, the mess, I mean, I have stuff that I've collected or I had, or there was leftovers from Arrow that they're like, yeah, we don't need this anymore. So they just threw me a pile of stuff that I've been still going through.
Oh, that's sweet.
And I got my own personal projects, like, this, which is a Rocketeer rocket pack made by Russo Tech, which you can find on Etsy, and they do amazing work. I got this Clone Trooper I've been working on. And then if anybody follows me on Instagram, we have my Mandalorian, which does not look like the Mandalorian from the TV series, because hey, if I wanted to build something somebody else already made, well, what's the point? I've already seen it.
Yeah, that's your interpretation, and it's super kick-ass. I mean, all of your work is kick-ass.
Well, thank you. And I'm doing this old school. I'm doing it the way they did the original Star Wars, where the Greeblies, these are little toys from Spy Gear. You paint them up, you throw them on, and only somebody who's familiar with them would go, hey, wait a minute. Those are, like, even these little pieces here, these little things, these are parts of like Robotech toys and
oh my god, that's so cool.
Kits. And these spikes, actually, these hard plastic spikes came from something I bought online from an auction, which is right here, which is this arm, which is left over from the terrible remake of Return to Space, or Witch Mountain Disney show, but they're these little spikes. So repurposing is something we do a lot in the film industry. You would not know how much we do it, but we do it a lot. Deathstroke was repurposing, so was Vigilante, that guy.
Yeah.
This is my picture board. When I put up stuff, when I get jobs that come in, a lot of it, the references go up here. Some of this is my own personal projects. Some of this is just leftovers. When I came up with a concept for Artemis for Arrow, they had that character come in, so I built a concept sketch. We ended up repurposing that for Mia Queen. There is Deathstroke 2.0.
Yeah.
Which I don't have a copy of, but you've seen on the show. When they sent me in something like this, the way I get it to be as accurate to the picture as possible is I will put this in Photoshop, and then I will size this up to a torso, so from collarbone to waist, and I will print it out, tape it together, and cut a stencil off that, and try to make it work as close as possible to that.
Wow.
And they're like, wow, it looks so much like the picture. I'm like, yeah.
So is that like the creative process then, when you're working on, like, these are really specific looks, that people know and love? So when you're working on, say, something that's comic based, they're sending you these pictures, and then it's your job to make them come to life, and so to speak, then, yes?
Yeah, well, I either get the comic book pictures for references for some, or then, I'll get this done by our wonderful friend and Andy Poon, designed by Maya Manny, who I miss working with Maya, because there'd be some butting heads at first, but then once we got the groove, it came together. Not specifically on him. This guy was actually fell together so easily. We were actually kind of confused at the end as to why there wasn't much to do at the end. I did a mask like that for Riverdale. For this was worn by one of the actors, and my wonderful friend Kat, she worked with me on that one, and we banged that one out. So it was another superhero thing. And then, I mean, even if you go up here, I have boxes going back here, and behind this wall is another 3 feet. It's all costumes and props and things that I keep, because at some point I will use them. When I get stuff like this thrown into my lap, well, ironically right now, gas mask is probably a good thing. But I get these things and I know I'm going to be able to use them later. Nerf guns, I'm going to hack them up. That arm thing that I showed you. all these pieces, stunt weapons, rubbers, because also sometimes I work on indie films or projects. I'm going to use them, or I might be able to take them apart and use them for something else. Up here, I know there's probably a couple of swords from Arrow where they're like, we got to make a scabbard for this, so they bring me an extra copy, and then I make their scabbards or their pieces, and then they just go up there, and I have them. I have like, it's so jammed in here because I've gotten to the point where I probably have to get a new shop again.
A secondary shop. A new one.
When I first did Deathstroke, I had a shop half this size. When I did Kronos, I did a shop half this size. And I mean, I had more roof height for storage, but I kept using things. These are just the little buckles and findings and things that I have. And that's just the ones I normally use, because I have down here all these buckets full of pieces and parts. I mean, this one right here is my superhero box. This one is full of all the parts I know I'm going to use for a superhero thing at some point. These are buckles and magnets and magnetic buckles. I have right here, we love these little buckles that these were a 2-part magnetic buckle that we were like, these things are fantastic. We want to use them for this character. And then we find out, well, they don't make them anymore.
Oh,
the biggest curse with Candy is that every time I have something I like that I present, we go back to get it and they're like, oh yeah, they discontinued it. So we bought every one of those buckles in Canada and the United States.
Wow, that's crazy.
Another project I'm working on right now is I've been brought in to Bucketheads because I'm a huge fan of that series. So I have all these old toy guns, Nerf guns, things like, or not, airsoft guns, and a lightsaber. And these I usually have for molds when I'm doing holsters. I'll water form them over these things because I'm not going to use their really expensive guns. I'll use a piece of, crap like this to get the proper mold. But I have a lot of them. And a lot of them we're never going to need. So I'm going to break these into fake firearms for for their show, just because, I mean, kit bashing guns, again, it's something I like about what they want and something that I personally like. I mean, again, The Mandalorian is one of my favorite shows. Going back to old school where you break things or reuse things to make your props. On The Mandalorian, I just noticed on the other leg, on one leg, the rounds he pulls out are mag lights. That they, like a smaller version of this, where it's more like that. But when he got to a certain angle, I saw that button.
You're like, I know that.
Oh my God, it's a mag light. But that's the best thing about doing props, is repurposing. This is a leather skull mask I'm working on right now. I had this one sitting in a bucket for over a year, never finished it. Well, I have time now.
Well, now you have time. That's right.
Exactly. All water formed. Then I was doing another one. So
how did you get into all of this? Like, because I mean, you've been at this for quite a long time. You were fantastic, but like, where do the roots of, you getting into this come from?
When I was a kid, absolutely. When I was a kid, my father had a full workshop with a electronics room. He built his own house. He designed his own house. He built literally built half the house himself, everything around the house. He had a woodworking shop, a metalworking shop. He was a huge fan of sci-fi. That's all my extra crap sitting here. He introduced me to Star Wars. Like when I was a kid, we went to Star Wars the second day, because the first day we couldn't get into the theater because they didn't have reserved seating back then.
No.
By the way, this is the project table. This is the things that I haven't gotten to yet. Like these are my spare parts in here for, oh, hey, it's me. Oh, hey, it's the wall. Oh, hey, there. Still learning this thing. It's a Frankenstein mask I'm working on. These I'm very proud of. I got these from another Etsy seller. I bought one because I wanted to work on it. And then there's an actor friend of mine, Ryan Robbins, who may or not be watching right now. Ryan Robbins is an amazing actor. You would have seen him in shows like Pure. You would have seen him in Stargate, like Falling Skies, everything. Nicest fucking guy in the world. But he saw this and he's like, oh my God, that's my jam. Wolverine's my dream role. And I was like, well, I'm building this helmet and I'm making a new version. And a friend of mine and I are going to build a suit just to fluff up our portfolio.
Yeah.
And I found one. So one of these is for him. He actually, God save him, he actually did have COVID.
Oh no.
So it's going to be a bit before we see him. He's still in the recovery, but he's going to get one of these. And I also started making plague masks.
Plague mask. That's so cool.
Yeah, it's so appropriate now. This is from Diesel Punk Designs. I wanted to try their patterns because they do actually have some nice patterns. They're
cool.
good, but I have to make some adjustments because there's some.
The beaks are hard to do. Like I'm a Halloween nerd and I built a plague mask out of plaster strips and like getting it all to go seamlessly. That was like hands down the hardest mask I've ever done. So
It's not actually, this one isn't actually that hard. I mean, one of the ones I made was hard because I didn't go in the order it was supposed to go.
Right.
So, and I used black thread against black material. That made it a nightmare. And, another Deathstroke mask because I'm doing a Deathstroke suit. It's one of the things I'm building. I'm doing a Deathstroke suit based on Annie Poon's design, the original design. I'm not going to try and bash things together to quickly make, because Deathstroke was made quickly. I'm actually going to make something as accurate as I possibly can to his suit. And I mean, even this helmet in the inside, there's magnets. So it open closes, the top is elastic. So instead of it was very difficult to put it on and off the actor's head, just because actors really, oh yeah, by the way, the most important tool in the shop.
Yeah.
It was hard to take the helmet and put it on and off on his head.
Okay.
And there's the back of my Mandalorian. This is one of those cheap Rubies rocket packs that had cracks and everything in it. So what I did is, we'll just camouflage it more. If it looks like a piece of crap, just make it look better. So this little guy here, that is the plastic top off of a iced tea bottle.
Oh my goodness. These are the secrets, you guys.
Oh yeah, this is how we do it. We all do it. These top of these rockets, these are basically these Easter caps.
Oh my goodness.
And it's going to be connected to earth magnets. I have these swords I put on the back that, will never come out. They're, store swords that came from Toys R Us. And if you think that that's, oh my God, that's so cheap. If you watch the 100, they had a pile of swords. They were all basically Halloween swords. They were the cheapest pieces of crap ever. I'm working on this one too. This is a Nerf gun that I'm rebuilding this part more, but I'm going to actually make this stock, sand it down, and take these grooves out, make it into more of a nice, fashionable wooden stock. I will do that once we move Brooks' car, because if I don't, Brooks' car will be covered in paste.
Oh no, she's not gonna like that.
No, and then for the Clone Warrior, I've got this minigun, which again comes from Nerf. I will redress it, take it apart.
Oh my God.
And take this, which is a conveyor to cover wires. So it would be back and forth for a large 3D printing or plasma cutting machine. All your wires would be inside. However, if you cut this section out, suddenly it becomes more flexible. So if you imagine me cutting all those sections out, it will become far more open. I haven't decided if I'm going to keep this guy for the clone or if I'm going to actually stick him on the Mando, because this guy's already looking like he's locked and loaded for bear.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
And one more thing. So he has a leg holster of thermal detonators.
Yeah, I see them.
Except my thermal detonators cost $7, and they came with a toy inside. And you just pop them open like that. So I've got right here these little blinky lights that will mount.
Oh, so they look like they're going to go off
inside. Yeah. Again, if you think that I'm cheating, this is what we use, because we can go out and have somebody build this and make it. There's an old story about the production designer for 2001 and 2010 Space Odyssey, where he was like, he would grab just different objects, like things like this. He'd grab things like this, and you place them on a here. I could take a graph like this, and he'd be like here, here, and here, and then along here he'd write door, and over here it'd be like command window, and then over here it'd be something else. And you go off, and you grab coffee. I'm not sure if he smoked. You take a break, and then you come back and go, okay, maybe over here, and then he would take this model, and he'd hand it over to the set crew, and each one of these little spots would be a foot. So this would end up being like top of my roof. And sorry, my thing is trying to tell me what to do. He would basically build this into a set. And they're like, are you kidding me? You took a pile of dollar store objects, a pile of crap, and made this entire set. And he's like over $1 million went into the development of this one object, into this one thing. Far be it from me from not taking advantage of that $1 million. So when you think about it, he took a set, like a set that cost maybe $1 million to build, but it actually had $3 million of development put into it because of those objects that were already there. They already have the scale.
So my question to you is, do like your neighbors think like you're the coolest person ever, or just batshit crazy? Like if you're always tinkering away in your garage, like if you were my neighbor, I would be snooping like probably quite a bit.
You know what? Hang on, I'm just going to switch back over here because there we go.
There you are.
Honestly, every place I've lived in since I got into this, I've had a couple of neighbors who think I'm weird, but that's just because of me. Because of what I do. I mean, I had a place, Jesus, 20 years ago, I was painting a pile of Nerf guns and things just for a fan film, and my neighbor came over. Old guy, looked kind of conservative. He was ex fire department. He looked at me and he's like, "So what are you doing here?" And there's a pile of guns everywhere. I'm like, "Oh, making these things for a film." And he's like, "Oh, tell me more."
Yeah.
My last place I lived in, my downstairs neighbors thought it was amazing. I built a display room between in the basement between his apartment, excuse me, and the laundry room, and he would take it and just use it to show off to his buddies. Like, you got to see this room my downstairs neighbor built.
No kidding.
And my neighbor in the back, he's in a band called Joni Loves Chachi. Great band, and he's a great neighbor. And I take his dogs for walks just because I also miss having a dog.
Yeah.
Floki, his dog is named Floki.
Aww.
And the dog likes another one named Conan, which is even funnier. But he absolutely, like, he comes over here. He likes seeing all the stuff I'm doing. I bought somebody's cosplay of a Boba Fett, and he asked to borrow it for Halloween, and he was so enamored with this thing that he like just went, oh, I gotta sell it to you. Just give me what I paid for it. And he bought the suit, and now stands up in his rehearsal space. If he wasn't out on his boat today fishing, he was like, if I get back in time, I'm going to sit in your back porch with the full suit on with a sign that says, we'll bounty hunt for food while you're doing the video. Yeah, that's what my neighbors think.
Well, I do know that people really like you, and you guys have always been a staple with FanCon. And I did have a couple comments come in. Someone named Ken, I don't know who Ken is. It says, Aaron, just wanted to say that some of my fondest con memories are of you taking the time to chat with me without making me feel like I was imposing. So I'm sure that's probably just like you in a nutshell, and that's probably why your neighbors love you, besides the fact that like you've got an amusement park at your house. Oh, Ken McKay, the name just came through here.
Oh, okay, yes, I know the name. I thought for a second, Ken Harlow, my boss? No, he would not say that. He'd be like, get back to work. Damn it, there's no work. Well, go do something. I adore Ken. He's brilliant. Ken did Battlestar Galactica and like, I don't know how many shows. He's a huge Alice Cooper fan, and that's where we finally bonded. My other boss, which, sorry, Ken, Santino and I spent far more time together. Santino and I've been giving him calls randomly during this, going, nobody's yelled at me for like weeks. I'm going through withdrawal. Can you say something mean or yell at me or just tell me I'm not working hard enough or something? And we chuckle because it's a joke. It's the props department for Arrow, or as they had a sign saying, the afterthought department. They actually had a great crew because there was like Ken and Santino, and oh my God, I can just go through a list of names. All huge fans of the show, all huge nerds. Hell, I remember way back when Ken, actually one day we were talking about Arrow, and he goes, well, you know, with Arrow, and I went, Green Arrow, and he goes, you can't call him that. I went, what? And he goes, wait, how old are you? And I'm like, I'm 40 something at the time. He goes, oh, okay, you're allowed to say that then. But yeah, Ken, Santino, James Bamford, who is one of the directors I worked with. I wanted to work with Rachel Talalay because, like,
who wouldn't? She's the coolest.
She does amazing work, and she, like, her and I had a conversation for a short bit at my last FanCon, and it was absolutely enjoyable. And I was like, someday I got to work with her. I found out at the last rap party that Mark Guggenheim's like, no, I totally love what you do, and I totally remember you, and yes, I hope we can do something soon. I really like, you know, I'm like, wow, Guggenheim likes what I do. That's awesome.
So did you mention previously, sorry to cut you off there, that you were going to take us to see was a different area of your house that has madness in it? Or like we've got about got about 10, 15 minutes left. So if you want to like,
all right, we'll fire you through this one.
I want to see
You're gonna
some
have
more.
to follow me.
Another comment from the back, a girl named Charlotte says this is such a fantastic glimpse behind the scenes tour. So people are enjoying this. Oh, we're going outside. We're going to a different area.
We're going into the house.
Okay.
Honestly, I've had people ask me why I don't rent a shop, and I'm like, well, here's the thing: is I can spend $2,000 extra on a shop, or I can be here, which has actually worked out because every time I have a shop next to my house, if one of my bosses calls me with a 911, we need this and we need it fast. How soon can you get to your shop? As soon as I put pants on.
There is that benefit.
All right, so
oh, we lost him for a sec. Hopefully it'll boot right back up. Always that camera flip. Aaron, are you out there?
there from Brandon.
Oh, there you are. You're back now.
Sorry.
That's okay. We lost you for just a couple seconds. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Brooke painted that.
Did she?
Yes, she did.
That's awesome.
Brandon signed this Adam action figure because we kept getting them for him. And he's like, thank you for getting me the toys. I have pictures of, like, you know, when we worked on Legends with Rory, who is a fantastic guy, and our own Vandal Savage, who actually helped with the proposal. One of my earliest pictures with Manu. Signed picture from Stephen. Just, this is all things that it means something to me.
Yeah, that's
My
so
Leo nomination for a show where it's funny because it says Slightly Bent TV for props. I had a Leo nomination as production designer, and it was for a sketch called Johnny Sparkle, which is funny because the full name of it was Johnny Sparkle Cock. There's my first FanCon, Michael Hogan.
That's awesome.
There's with Jello Biafra. One of my first films was working with Jello Biafra of the Dead Kennedys. He was amazing. Oh, and you know, a big shout out to Mark.
Yes, one of our fave pictures from last year.
Well, the funny thing is, I realized I still don't actually have a picture of me and Mark without a mask.
Why start now?
One of the things I was very happy to get, I don't know how good the lighting is here, but I got finally one of the Crisis posters from the best crossover we had, which was the Nazi episode. I do have some smaller versions that I was going to bring to FanCon, but well,
you'll have to save them if you can.
Just
They don't
wait.
get lost.
And then we have our Deathstroke. That was the one that became the prototype suit. I did get to keep the helmet because it was for sizing and everything else, and it eventually just stayed here. There is Vigilante. The Arrow suit is actually just a copy.
Yeah.
But one of the bows is just a broken bow. And it was used, again, for sizing and trying to figure out how to make things fit. Every time I made a bow for the show, I didn't make bows. Every time I made a quiver, they would tell me to make one and make a copy for myself so that I had a reference.
Right.
And if in an emergency and they needed a copy,
you've got
like if they needed one, I just build another one off that one. And so these are, you know, my references. I have a couple of the quivers that were damaged and beaten to crap that I just repaired, but they were my reference. And at the end, I mean, what are you going to do with them? They're garbage. You can't use them for the show. My sword collection, my prop collection. This is my wall of arrow stuff. I made a copy of Speedy's Dark Archer quiver because if we put John Barrowman's quiver on that tiny girl, it would be a giant bucket. So we had to make a smaller version. Nisa Ghul Scabbard, I made a copy of that. League of Assassins. The head bag. This is one of my favorite ones still is the head bag. Or as one person called it, the Guantanamo Bay Special.
Oh my God.
Because it goes over the head and then buckles over the body with padlocks.
I feel claustrophobic just looking at that.
We have, and over here we have Prometheus's quiver, which I know you can't see too well, but it's almost black. And then we move along. I made a copy of Jonah Hex's holster and shoulder armor, which is right here, which I was the one who chose the gun for this because originally in their story, he had a cap and ball pistol. And I'm like, then why do we have bullets? Because they weren't invented yet. And they're like, which gun do you want to use? And like, Schofield, absolutely Schofield. It's my favorite Western pistol ever.
So you have all these replicas for yourself. And like, how long does it take to make a secondary item off of something you've already made for your own personal collection?
It depends because some of it, sorry, I'm just going to keep moving around while I talk to you.
Sure, please do.
Some of it, some things it takes like weeks to design. Then once I have the idea,
Yeah.
I can, like, once I know and the R&D is done, it can take 24 hours. Or some of it is just hella long. It really comes down into the materials and how much you build. I mean, if I built this arrow quiver, when I first came up with this quiver, my boss, he's like, I just wanted a rough. I didn't think you were going to actually make it. So I had to go in a rush because they gave me a direct message from Stephen Amell saying he wants it for Comic-Con for the big reveal.
Oh.
So can you make another? I'm like, okay. And then after that, that pattern, the way I made it, because the earlier arrow quivers I was reproducing, but I didn't come up with a design. But after that, my pattern, the way I make them, that's how we made all of them. Like Mia, his daughter's quiver, it came down to how I make them was the same thing every time. But it's basically, it's a C within a C. Like literally, if you look down at the bottom, the letter C, and then a C inside of that. It's an overlap over an overlap. And that way you make it seamless because the one place the seam's going to be is there, which is against the actor.
Where no one's going to see it.
You're
Yeah.
never going to see it, which is one of those things that makes everybody cringe when I say it because, well, what if, Brooke wants to quickly show something here before I get my last couple of props.
Brooke can totally jump on. We love her.
Oh,
She's
no.
you guys have to see this.
Yeah.
High five.
Boop? No, we want boop. Boop. We're working on that.
There we go. She's been training our cats.
I love it.
He's got the brain the size of a peanut, but he can learn tricks. So here, because I know we're running out of time.
Yeah, we've got a couple more minutes. Yeah.
This is one of my favorites.
Oh my goodness.
This is from Lucifer. It was from a sacrificial satanic Satanist episode. And the actor wears it and walks through a door frame and then knocks it half off as he walked through. That wasn't really a mistake. I know the actor, Emo. He's like, he forgot, like he's already tall. He actually played Crybaby on iZombie.
Cool.
Right here we have from a low budget but fun film I worked on. This is a weed whacker from hell that we used to kill a pile of zombies.
That's awesome.
We called Bong the Dead, and the blades that spun around at a high speed, these are leather. And what I did so it was a little more actor safe is there's a lock here that holds onto the blade. Well, there's a lower lock underneath that would, make the blade stay in place. But if you remove it, then the blade, as soon as it hits something solid, stops. Mind you, I showed that to the actor and he cranked it right out when I was showing him on my arm. And it hurt.
No kidding.
Also, a friend of mine gave me a thing.
Just gave you a thing.
Gave me a thing. And this is actually the thing. This is the stunt suit from Fantastic Four.
So cool.
If you look closely, you'll find me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the only guy smiling and perving when you see the Invisible Woman take off her clothes. But I have, things also that are personal. Like I got
the Hitcher
signed by Rutger Hauer, who was one of the inspirations for me to be an actor. Behind this thing, signed piece of Battlestar Galactica memorabilia from Aaron, who was the engineer on Battlestar Galactica. My late friend Rick Ferrossi, who you have seen in 1 million movies.
Right.
He's a stuntman. He was in Rumble in the Bronx. He was in Time Cop. He was one of the nicest, most amazing people you'd ever meet. One of my last conversations on set was like, Rick, why aren't you doing stunts? Oh, Rick doesn't get thrown into walls anymore. Rick's too old for that. Copy of the original Casey Jones mask. That's off the original mold.
Very cool.
My angel blades. And then, of course, you know, Vader taking his dog for a walk. And Sand Trooper, yes, as you notice, I have a lot of. Gee, do you want to work on a Star Wars fan film, Aaron? Oh, let me think about it. This is one of the suits from Last Airbender, one of the firebenders. Looking around here, I got a mask up there that was used on a couple films. Legend of Burgledor was actually one of them. Weapons and things. Somebody is trying to call me. Sorry.
That's okay. We're losing a little bit of sound.
Weapons and pieces.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah, sorry about that. Somebody was trying to call me.
No problem. Well, we do only have about like 5 minutes left. They're do not disturb. I just wanted to read you a couple more comments because people at FanCon like definitely love you and love when you.
I love FanCon.
Oh, that's so nice.
It is my home away from home.
That's so nice to
I
hear.
love going every year. I love talking to the people who are there. I love talking to the cosplayers. I have made such incredible friendships. Norm, yourself, Mark Meer. I proposed at FanCon, for God's sakes.
We have a comment. Her name is Samantha Ramsey, and she says, "Love your work, Aaron. You have to be one of my favorite guests at FanCon." And then, yeah, that's so nice. Like, you know, that's one thing for me. FanCon is always looking forward to the people coming back that you met the year before. So to hear that type of comment about yourself, like that's oh, here's your kitty, one of your many kitties. That's fantastic. And then someone else said, open an eBay store and you would never have to work again. But I don't think you'd be happy. I think you seem like the type of guy that needs to tinker and keep busy and creating.
Well, the problem with making stuff is that if I have to make something, it's so fun to make it the first time. It's incredibly not fun to make it 10 or 11 times later.
Right.
Like when I was making the Green Arrow quiver, when I got to 28, after only a couple of years, I'm like, what are you guys doing with these things? Where are they? Because there's just so many of them. So, no, sorry, I hate having to build things over and over again.
Right.
I mean, that's why I hire people. I have my friend Darian, who's amazing what he's done. My friend Olaf, when he had time, we would he'd come over. I would bring in a crew of people. My friend.
Uh-oh, we're freezing. He walked out of the house and we lost the connection. I hope he comes back so we can say goodbye to him. Paul, do you want to give me a heads up if you can still see me, or if it's him that's frozen? That would be great to know. I'm good. It's him frozen.
But the Wolverine suit, we wanted to build this Wolverine suit just to show off our work. I'm live streaming right now. But we would, she's amazing to work with. We worked together on a few things. Like I said, that mask for Riverdale, the new Deathstroke. As soon as I saw what it needed, I'm like, I gotta call a friend. When I was asked to work on Bucketheads, I turned to them and went, look, I got a friend of mine I know who's probably going to work on this or want to work on this. She is a costumer. She actually had to do a costumes for a Star Wars commercial. In fact, had to be their consultant because they had no idea what Star Wars was about.
Oh.
And she's really tiny, so I asked her, hey, if we need an Ewok, would you play one? She squeed. Hello?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can barely hear you for some reason.
That's okay. We're pretty much at the end of our time. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
I really wish, I mean, like, honestly, I could keep looking through your stuff all day long. I'm sure like everybody watching totally could. We love when you come to FanCon. We can't wait till the next time that we all get to connect together.
Yeah.
You know, and thanks for like coming and giving us this time. It's unfortunate that we can't be together right now, but like adding this value and getting to even to connect virtually is just so fantastic. So
Hey, you know what? Thank you. I miss all of you. I miss Norm. I miss Mark. I miss. I could list off the names. Would take me forever. You know who you are.
You know who you are.
The people I don't like, you know who you are. But, no, I absolutely love you all, and I really hope in September things are lightened up enough that we can do this con, and then I can see everybody and bring more to show. I don't know. There's some things
Everyone
I'd like
always
to
looks forward
mention
to
that I
whatever
can't.
you have. Yeah.
Pardon me?
Everyone always looks forward to whatever you're bringing. So you're just like a wealth of knowledge and super talented. And we're so happy that like you're a longstanding friend of FanCon.
Aw, I'd say I'm blushing, but it's just the heat. But I really appreciate it. I love you all, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, we're going to end it here because we are at time. And in about 15 minutes, we got the Green Ranger, you know, Jason David Frank.
I know you guys put me between like two of the biggest, like Rachel and him. I'm like, Jesus,
You
either
just
you want
toured
people
us.
to go have lunch, or I'm really important.
You are really important. You just took us through a nerd's wet dream in like 45 minutes there. So it's fantastic. You take care of yourself. Give Brooke a
You
big
too.
hug for us, and we'll talk to you soon, okay?
Okay.
Bye,
You take
Erin.
care. Bye. Bye, everybody.
On the count of three, I want the loudest FanCon scream you can do. 1, 2, 3! All right, let 'em in!
Having grown up reading comics and watching movies and all that kind of stuff, that almost makes me feel like the fantastic is possible. Northern FanCon was started in 2015, and it was born of my desire to bring something grand scale to this city. I'm the event manager for the Prince George Citizen, which is a newspaper that is over 100 years old. I started doing events 3 years ago after I had a lot of success with an arts and entertainment magazine that I created called the Scene PG magazine. I went to Calgary Expo and I was like, man, it would be so awesome if we could actually do something like this in Prince George. We started doing sort of micro events, and we started with Kim Coates, who was from Sons of Anarchy. And then after that, we'd established enough of a relationship with one of the agencies, and that was William Shatner's agency. Once we confirmed William Shatner, we announced him, it blew up. Hey, what time are you going to be on site? Putting it all together that first time, the event was much harder than I would have anticipated. It was 60 booths, 2 arenas, 12 guests, and I thought that was a huge accomplishment. We then tripled in size. Now we're in 4 arenas, we're over 180 exhibitors, and we have 20 guests this year. Once you open the doors, it's got a life of its own. The energy is so unbelievable, and everybody's so excited and so happy, and that's where they want to be. And it's like you're creating moments for these people. And that's kind of what keeps me going on it. The Awakenings booth, I'll show you where it is. When I'm on the floor, I like to make my rounds, and I like to actually check in with each of the artists, each of the exhibitors, each of the guests, so that they know like we're all partners in this great experience, right? So that's really important to me. This is cool. You got like such a great booth. This kind of event is just so awesome because it is that range of like the young to the old. Yeah, I think it speaks to like sort of the universal appeal to all this stuff. Right? It's not just an escape. It's something that you can actually get into and you can feel, and it's something more. Prince George is my hometown. This is where my heart is. Prince George is known for paper and pulp mills, but it's so much more than that. I think that the things that we're doing, it's going to change that perception. We're bringing all these great, amazing things to town, and we're going to get recognized for a few of those things as well. It's very, very kind of community-centric. It's super friendly and welcoming. I have a few places around town that are just my very favorites. One of them is Nancio's, which is like an old Irish pub, and I absolutely adore the fact that you go in and you're greeted by people, and it's very warm and it's very welcoming, and the atmosphere is just unbelievable. Hey buddy. How's it going? Good, how are you doing? I think we should have a lot of pride in where we live. We all build a community together. And if everybody's invested in it, then you have an amazing community like Prince George. I love it here. I think everything is so great. All the people are amazing. You know, it's beautiful here, and I want everybody who's out there to come and experience it and take a piece of it with them. I wasn't going to be told that we're not big enough or we're not cool enough. We are big enough and we are cool enough, and we are going to keep doing these things, and they're going to be amazing.
All right, welcome back, every single one of you who are tuning in on all the 3 different networks right now. Of course, we're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube, we are live on Facebook as well too. And thank you so much for everybody who's been using the hashtag out there, FanCon from home. Hopefully, you enjoyed that little tour of Aaron's museum, which makes me question everything I've ever tried to do in my place. Obviously, my game needs to step up about 1,000,000 levels, but that was fantastic and definitely inspiring. Further to that, though, keep asking those questions in chat. It was great to throw them out and let the host kind of bring it over and let Leah ask him all of those things. Get that true back and forth community. We appreciate all of you on that. Coming up in less than 3 minutes, though, we have a new host coming in right now who's actually right above me, and that is JD, who's going to introduce himself, and he's also going to be introducing the Green Ranger, JDF. So with that, JD, I'm going to hand it over to you.
All right, thanks, Paul. I have been watching a lot of the stream lately, and you can watch FanCon from home on YouTube, on Twitch, and on Facebook. It's been going on all day yesterday, 8 hours. It's going to go on today until 8 o'clock, I believe. The full schedule is at fancon.ca if you want to see all that. But with everything that's going on and COVID-19 and just the stress that's been hitting us all, I think we all need a little of a break. And having this geekdom type break is exactly what we all need. Being online means that you get a great opportunity to have that interaction with some of your favorite creators, celebrities, cosplayers, local or worldwide. And I did see a panel a little while ago, and I believe it was Worlds Collide. And I was very shocked to realize that Christian Cage, formerly of TNA as well as WWE, was on that panel. And that was very exciting. I'm a huge wrestling fan. So that was kind of cool. But again, thank you so much for joining us all here online, either on Twitter or on Twitch or Facebook or on YouTube. And as a side note, I'm JD, the Media Jack. You can follow me all over social media at those handles, the Media Jack. And I'm currently streaming live right now on Twitch on my own channel, the Media Jack. Coming up in just a little bit is by far one of the most prolific entertainers and just a man who it seems as though he can do no wrong. I mean, we all make mistakes in this world, but he has absolutely no quit in him whatsoever. I'm looking forward to talking with the Green Ranger, known as Tommy Oliver on TV. His real name is Jason David Frank. I was really shocked to find out that not only was he coming to Northern FanCon, but now since we're doing FanCon at home, we have the pleasure of having him online. So if you have any questions concerning anything in the history that Jason Frank has created over the past couple of decades with acting or creating or even his martial arts, I encourage you to submit any questions whatsoever anywhere on the social media streaming service that you're currently watching on. Again, Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube. And that's with FanCon or Northern FanCon. I think we're getting into it right now. I see a name.
See me out there?
Sorry, what was that?
It's Jason David Frank. What's up?
Nothing much is up. I've been waiting ever so patiently to get this opportunity to speak with you.
Oh, thank you. Let me see if this works. Oh, there we go.
There you are. Awesome.
How are you, man?
I'm great. How are you? I had this whole thing written out. It was going to grand stage the entire situation. I wrote it out. I was nervous as all heck. And I had to, yeah, that's the man right there. The Green Ranger from the original series of the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger. Let me get this out. I want to get your reaction.
Okay.
Here. So my guest today is a man who has no quit in him whatsoever. A creator, a poet, an actor, an MMA fighter, a martial arts master, skydiver, Guinness World Record holder, gun safety advocate, made green look good before and after Ryan Reynolds, and most importantly, a loving family man. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason David Frank.
Hello, everybody. We got a couple helmets for you. Hey, that was this is from Dino Thunder 2. That was a
wow,
good introduction. Probably one of the best introductions because you you hit some personal things. Normally people, Green Ranger, you got a little bit of everything in there. So I appreciate it, man.
I'm honestly like very nervous to talk with you today because it was when I first found out that you were scheduled to come to Prince George and be a part of this event, I was excited. And then the creators of the event said, "Hey, how would you like to interview Jason David Frank? Sign me up, for crying out loud." The man just is incredible. So I get nervous and I
No,
fanboy
it's
out.
okay, man. It's okay. Listen, I appreciate you guys doing this because I was so looking forward to coming to this Comic-Con, but we actually got a chance to do something during the event. I've had a few people, hit me up on Instagram, Cameo, and a few other places saying, "Hey, we're supposed to meet you this weekend." I said, "Oh, right. It was this weekend." So you guys are actually doing something for a good cause. And I told all my fans, not too sure how it works, but I'm pretty sure you guys are doing this free and then doing donations for a good cause where, if people, uh-oh, you left.
I can still hear you. You're still there.
Am I? What? Okay.
No, we're still good. We're still good.
Okay. So how come I don't see you now?
I don't know what happened. My video is still up and I can still you and I can still hear you.
Okay. You can see me and hear me. I see myself now double, but that's okay. When I found out and heard that you guys were doing something, live for the fans and for a good cause and, mostly for donations and helping people out, I thought was pretty incredible. So I appreciate the opportunity and coming in here and saying, "Oh, there you are," and saying what's up to everybody.
Now, you are no stranger to being a part of the community and also helping out those with information, inspiration, as well as just so many different aspects of the world. I mean, you're known as the Green Ranger. You're known as Tommy Oliver, and you're known as transitioning into the White Ranger. But I did a little bit of homework, and you are so prolific with so many different things. And it's incredible to see someone who just has all this power, all this go, and then just goes headlong into it. So where did this all come from? What was it? Were you just like bouncing off the walls as a child? Were you like endless energy?
Oh, I did, man. When I was a kid, I had like ADD, and my parents would put me into martial arts, and I would train and study. But I think what gets me motivated, man, is I was driving, and we were planning this out, and I was driving, and I was up for about 30 hours. So talked to the promoter, "Hey, we'll promote this 11 o'clock," and I was driving. That's the different day. I don't know. And then I was still driving. And my assistant, Nicole, said, "Hey, you need to post this." I said, "Post it now?" It was just a long day. So I was just excited. I think when I see fans or when I can, I'm the first one to sign up. I'm the first one to say, "Hey, I was the first one at Comic-Cons." I'm not the first or the last to embrace who I came from and who I was, because if it wasn't for this guy, definitely changed my life with the accountability partners of fans. So that's why I reach out to a lot of fans, talk to them about, anything, dude, from mental health to martial arts. And I think the proof is longevity is changing. You know what I mean? And people can change. They might not see it in the beginning, but after a while, it's transformation. It's little by little, and I think doing these shows are actually, I shaved for you all and cut my hair. I knew I was doing the show, and
you look great.
Oh, thank you, man. I look rough coming up here and really quarantine look. So I love, when I go to Comic-Cons, I dress up for the fans. I wear a suit and tie. That was a whole Bruce Campbell story. But I just think it's cool, to meet people and actually have people come up and say, "Man, I grew up watching you." And I think they keep me accountable too,
It seems as though that instrument of change kind of defines you as a whole. And like I was doing a little bit of research when it comes to your breakthrough character, Tommy Oliver, the Green Ranger. It was your second shot at being on Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, because you were going on for the Red Ranger, but that was taken and given to someone else who rightfully got it. But you came in for a second time and auditioned for the Green Ranger, and the reaction from the fans, as well as your own performance and uh, your ability to create this character, is almost changed the face of not only the fans, the series itself, but also your role in general. Because there was a point correct me if I'm wrong, where the Green Ranger was going to get changed and you were going to be off doing Cybertron.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So listen, when I did my first audition, I know there's a lot of internet stuff out there, but the cast was already casted. So what happened was the Yellow Ranger, who was the original Yellow Ranger, stepped off the show. Now the show was going, so I got the audition of other Rangers. Like I got the character of Zach to read. So when I went in there and they were casting a lot of people, even Walter didn't even really know this, but when I went in there, they were looking for a Green Ranger and a Yellow Ranger at the same time. So the show was already planned to go. The pilot was done. So I went in there, and there was a lot of guys that had karate belts tied wrong, and whatever. And I chat with them a little bit and kind of briefly get to know their background, which was really not the background they were saying. And I used to compete, so I said, "Oh, this is perfect. I'm gonna go in there, do a little audition, and then just." Do this kata, and afterwards they were like, "Cool, can you help the girls?" And so I went out there and I went to go help the girls, and I picked out one specific girl, which was Twee, and I said, "Hey, let me show you a routine." So I showed her this. I had her do more of like, when you're teaching someone, you can like teach them kind of slow and kung fu, make it look like kung fu. So I picked Twee and taught her a little routine, and we both got cast at the same time. So Tommy didn't come in until episode 14, and yeah, he was. I think my role was about 10 to 14 episodes, or 10 to 15, and I knew I was going to be killed off the show. And I went to Cybertron. I have the poster in my garage. They sold Cybertron based off the most popular Ranger, Green Ranger, at that time. They pitched it, they sold it, syndicated everywhere. And then when kids and other people knew I was off the network, they, were calling in, and literally kids were saying they're not going to school, not eating. They did this petition. And I think legally Saban said, yeah, we're going to have to kind of bring this guy back because it's could be a liability thing. And then they said, hey, do you want to come back as the White Ranger, or do you want to move on to Cybertron? And the reason why I picked Cybertron is there was a lot of drama going on set. People were leaving and going, and I was just happy with this guy, this Green Ranger. I was happy to go into my own studio. It was kind of a one-man show at that time. And I was the guy that show up at 4 a.m. and leave until they're like, okay, Jason, you got to go. And that's what I do at Comic-Cons, man. I do the last fan standing, and I will, until the last fan gets there, make sure I take care of everyone, and then, repeat the day. So it just became popular. I went back as the White Ranger, and there was a TV show called Dallas at the time. And Who Shot JR was the biggest ratings at that time. And my ratings beat, the Who Shot JR ratings for kids.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it was a huge moment in Power Ranger history, huge rating. And then, of course, the toys, any Ranger the toys were just selling like crazy, and they still producing Green Ranger, White Ranger toys. Even though the new series is going on, the Green Ranger, White Ranger toys will still outsell everything, which is pretty cool. And that's, so we're kind of been waiting, and that's why we're kind of moving forward on the Legend of the White Dragon, is because, Hasbro and other people are just, they're not pumping new content out for the audience that we're reaching at Comic-Cons. I mean, we have kids, but the audience, the 20-year-olds, the 35 or 20 to 40-year-olds is the content that we're trying to create now with the Legend of the White Dragon.
Actually, that's a great segue. I have an entire list in front of me, and I was looking at the teaser trailer for the Legend of the White Dragon. This is a Kickstarter project that's kind of on a second life here. Last I checked earlier today, you are $229,000 raised.
Yeah.
What is the Legend of the White Dragon, and what are your goals for this project?
Okay, well, we're filming it 100%. The 10 years ago, I came up with an idea called Aftermath. When Tommy left, I wanted to create this. It was kind of a Power Ranger world. I didn't know anything about fan films, and this was before the movie came out. I wanted to create something called Aftermath, which, I had the blood of a superhero, the DNA of a superhero, and I had to activate this new suit. They were looking for someone. A lot of the X-Men were gone. A lot of DC characters, so they wanted to basically get me and create this new suit, because I have the blood of the superpowers for this new suit. Right. Well, that went on, and I hooked up with Aaron with Bat in the Sun. He does the Superpower Beatdowns, super cool. Did My More for Life, my reality show. Did the Street Fighter merged with Ryu as a Ranger and Power Rangers. So anyway, the list goes on and on. So I talked to him about it, and this helmet that he created was the Bat in the Sun. It never had the gold. It has a whole completely different look. This is the Bat in the Sun suit. And so when he upgraded the Bat in the Sun suit, which we had approval from Saban, they just basically said, yes, do it. And it became a really big thing in the cosplay industry. So everybody's been cosplaying the Superpower Beatdown Green Ranger,
right?
And some original. But when I talked to Aaron and he showed me this new, and I had it, I wish I could show you the new Legend of the White Dragon, the Legend of the White Dragon suit. It was just amazing. So 8 months ago, we kickstarted it. But I'm glad that everything has changed. The script has changed. The people have changed, because 8 months ago, it was kind of an aftermath of Power Ranger characters. So we're kind of tying it in, which tied it into more of like a fan film-ish. So we redid the script, rewrote it, a brand new property, a new IP, new characters. And, I don't obviously play Tommy in it. I have a new role, but it's an amazing story, and we don't have to be, bothered by Hasbro, Saban, no trademark infringements. And so Aaron developed this suit that was amazing. So the first Kickstarter, it didn't make it. I was doing it for free. Just want everyone to understand. I didn't understand what a Kickstarter was. To me, the word donation, like we're doing here, is, it's help. That's what we're asking for people here, is for donation, is we're asking for help. See, Kickstarter, for me, I didn't want to ask people for help because I'm doing it for free. So there's a difference from a donation to rewards. Well, once I understood what rewards were, like toys, merchandise, shirts, posters, it's almost what they get at a Comic-Con, and the movie is a perk. So we already blew. We were going to launch this during this time, March 20th. Then this whole virus happened. So we pushed it back. And then I started thinking, right now we need to kind of feel like we're part of something. So we launched it, and we're already past our first goal, which means that we're doing a mini series. Now we're on to our stretch goals, which is a 250 stretch goal. Now, considering everyone's almost donating their time, and if you saw what Bat and Sun made, Ninjak versus the Val Universe, I played Bloodshot, you will see the quality of, if you look at Ninjak versus the Val Universe, we had like 1%, maybe 1% of what Van Diesel had. And hands down, it is amazing. So when people see the Legend of the White Dragon, it's going to look huge. And then we're talking to some networks like Hulu, Netflix. We're talking to launch the series, and or film. So we're already past our first goals. The reason why I think it keeps getting higher and higher is because of the rewards on it. Like we have toys, pops, figures. We have a villain called Dragon Prime, which is amazing. So it's really not, people say, let's compare to Power Rangers, or we're not trying to compare it or replace it. They just have one thing that Power Rangers had, which was me. And I'm moving forward to this Legend of the White Dragon. So it's going to be really amazing.
Now, what is the ultimate stretch goal that you're looking for Legend of the White Dragon?
Well, I think we'll end up at our second stretch goal, 250. I really do. We have a lot of people that want to put more into it, that want to invest, and we just kind of want to do it at a Kickstarter. Honestly, I was just happy to get it started. And like I said, I'm doing it for free. So when you look at a budget of, say, like Bloodshot, and you look at 100 million, Vin Diesel probably made millions and millions of dollars. So that money goes to the actors.
Right.
So I figure if we just waive all of our fees, that's already a multi-million-dollar project as it is, because I'm just donating my time. And then from there, once the property picks it up, which it will, I guarantee it, Hulu, Netflix, someone, is because the fan base is so connected to me, Tommy, Power Rangers, but still Jason David Frank, who I like helping people. So I think depositing, like I told you guys, there's nothing I expect from you guys ever, but that emotional bank account deposit will never be forgotten when big things happen. And I don't do it for a payback. I just do it as living life. And I tell you, when people say, hey, you did this for me and I'm so-and-so, what, when? Oh, really? Wow, cool. So people get you get back. When you give to people, you get back. And that's all I've been doing. And I've been getting back and getting blessed. So I'm sure we'll pass our second ultimate goal.
It is a good point you made right there, and it just a reminder that, and thank you so much for actually taking the time to be a part of this. I know that we live in a weird world right now with COVID-19 and self quarantine and self isolation, all that stuff. And yeah, we are doing this to help out other people. For more information about that, for anyone watching, just go to fancon.ca and you can see how you can be a part of this and how you can help out. With you, you are. Uh, you are so much about a teaching aspect and also challenging yourself and moving forward. I hinted at the intro there. You own a Guinness World Record for
Yep.
skydiving and breaking boards at the same time. Who came
Yep.
up with this idea?
Well, it's funny because big fans, Sean and Chris, who played Goku and Vegeta, they're huge fans of this. That's all they talk about when they meet people. This guy holds a world Guinness record. So there was a couple record attempts, with one or two boards, and I'm a skydiver, and I figured, well, we'll go out there and we'll do like an 8-board break. But it really depends on the people holding the boards because it's not easy to skydive, number one. And when you put your hand out the window of a car, any little thing like this, it goes crazy. So you really got to hold those boards. One of the guys flipped and failed, and we couldn't get that board. So we did 7. It was the first attempt. I practiced it a little bit before, but nothing like that. And Guinness World Record flew out. And breaking boards, we couldn't score the boards. Some people will score it like with a little razor blade in the back, and that will give an easier break. So our boards were inspected. So and scoring is pretty typical in karate. You can get a junior kid, you can score it with the razor blade and it'll break. You can't see it, but my boards were inspected. So we of course, didn't do that, but it would have been nice just to know that we had this extra cushion, but we didn't. So we got the boards inspected. I went to Spaceland and did the Guinness World Record, and that hit. And that became, I think, my first episode of My Morphin Life. At that time, we had a 6 to 8 minute reality show. But I think reality shows now are stories on your Instagram. You go through your stories and people are hooked on that. So yeah, that was fun. It's good to have that. I hang it in my office, and I just found some broken boards, and yeah, it was good. It was crazy. But that's kind of my life. I think I like to live fearlessly, not foolishly, but I think overcome your fears is the important thing. If you're scared to jump out of an airplane, get with an instructor, jump out of the airplane. If you're scared to, reach your passion or sing or whatever your passion is, if you're scared to do it and people tell you not to do it and you're going to fail, most likely you're going to succeed, because Power Rangers at one point was the biggest joke in Hollywood. Anyone who took the job was like, that show's so dumb. In fact, I was telling you when I got auditioned, the girl who bought the show is called her name's Margaret Loesch. She worked for Fox Entertainment. So this show has been pitched for 8 years. Mark Dacascos, who was in John Wick, he was the lead bad guy in John Wick 3. He's been out there in several movies, Wu Assassins. I mean, he was Iron Chef. This guy, Mark, he was the original 1986 Red Ranger pilot. So they tried selling it. They didn't sell it. They remade the pilot in 93, showed it, and Margaret bought it. Well, once Margaret bought it and brought it back to the network said, we paid for 40 episodes, we're canceling it. So we're canceling it right now. It's the stupidest thing you ever brought us. Your job's on the line. She said, please give us a chance. They said, we'll give you 3 chances and we're canceling the whole show. I didn't know the show was canceled when I was working on it, but we had 3 time slots right before X-Men early in the morning on Saturday. And I love X-Men. I was a huge fan of X-Men. And then boom, it just blew ratings out of the water. And it's never been off the air for 27 years, never been off the air. So it's been for 27 years straight, and I'm sure it's got many years to go. So it's pretty amazing. So you got to take your chance. They shop for 8 years. So when someone has a dream or a passion, you got to keep shopping it. You got to keep doing it. When this whole COVID thing came out, I was like, you know what I need to do to be safe is I'm going to go ahead and get a bunch of Power Ranger, masks with the Dragon coin and the Billy one and the Pink Ranger one. I said, I'm just going to buy a whole bunch and just give them out to fans to be safe. And then that time when I was going to do it, it was delayed and this whole thing happened. Now we're short of masks. So I wish I bought the 10,000 masks like I was going to, just because I thought it was a cool idea. I love coming up with different ideas, and I didn't know we're going to need it that bad. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. I'm always thinking ahead for my fans and trying to protect them. But there's only so much we can do as a human. I wish the Power Rangers can stop this thing, but yeah, it's just making the best of it. And I think that's kind of what we need to do is just make the best of it. And I think entertain our brain. You know, there's stuff that we can learn and we can entertain our brain, train our brain, or drain your brain by watching all the bad stuff, all, you know, the what if could happen. There's a lot of what ifs, man. We can't live in the what ifs. We have to live in today.
Very much so. I mean, you have already defined or redefined so many different things when it comes to actors and even superheroes and stuntmen, as well as martial arts. You not only stepped your toe, but you went full head first into the MMA world.
Yeah.
And you probably silenced a lot of doubters and a lot of naysayers when you walked into that octagon for the first time. What was it like for you, and what piqued your interest to go into mixed martial arts fighting?
You always have haters out there. You know, you got those haters out there. We were doing at Red Dragon Karate, man. We were doing mixed martial arts before that was around. I mean, we trained Japanese jiu-jitsu. We did everything. We would fight hard. I mean, even before Power Rangers, I was a national rated competitor. I was more considered a fighter at one point in the tournament scene, not in the MMA scene. So once I turned to the Power Rangers, I had to learn the Hollywood punch. It wasn't straight punches. It was these punches that look good and sell. And in real life, you got these punches straight down the pipe. So we always trained, always fought. So after this, I said, we'll do some MMA stuff. And then, you know, of course, some of my knockouts were like that. I have surveillance videos on my surveillance camera at my karate school because I just take all my surveillance cameras out when we spar or whatever. And I got so many knockouts that look instantly fake. So you look and you're like, oh, that's set up. It's like none of my fights were staged. It was one of those things where I had to come up with a win-win. I had to say, okay, if you beat up the Green Ranger, shame on you. A lot of people are not gonna like you. If you got beat up by the Green Ranger, haha, you got beat up by the Green Ranger. So for me, I had a win-win, but also I own schools. So I just found my first match that I have to put out there. It was called Roughman in Indiana, and it went about 4 rounds. The guy ended up quitting on the 4th round, but you know, I trained my whole life. I think it's fun. It's a lot different being in there, and yeah, a lot of doubters. And at that point, I was training for a film, so I stayed at 207 to 220. I mean, I just stayed in the heavyweight division because I didn't feel like losing weight. I was filming One Warrior at the time, and so yeah, there's a lot of haters, but that's what you want, is you want people to go in there to drop their guard, to think this is going to be an easy fight. Like my first fight, I'll show you, went 4 rounds. I think he didn't know what he signed up for. He was just like, oh my God. So I have a lot of friends now that are like Max Holloway, who's a big Power Ranger fan. You know, the Shorty, Jose Shorty on there, I interviewed him. Derek the Black Beast was my main sparring partner. He's almost got the heavyweight champion. He's my main sparring partner. Dave Armas, all these guys that I know that are in the UFC were my training partners. So it was just something I tried to have fun in, and then the industry just became like really blah, became too politics, too macho type of thing. And I just like doing things for fun. I don't do things for money. I would have fought Punk for $1 just to make the contract legal. That would have been fun. I wasn't mad at the guy. It just makes sense to have. I did MMA interviews on that, and it was the biggest rating MMA interviews that they've ever had. It was almost like when you take a fight and you think, oh, Connor's not fighting, Mayweather fighting Conor McGregor, and people can sit there and go, what? You guys are nothing of those kind of fighters. Nope, not saying we are, but you don't know the industry that we have. The wrestling fans and the comic book fans would have been merged to MMA. A lot of fans don't watch it. So it would have been a good opportunity to watch it. And so it really made sense. So I tried just to do what I have fun with, and, just been going through a few injuries that I've overcome. And now I get to kick butt again in the Legend of the White Dragon. We're filming probably in July, right out of quarantine.
Okay, so I can guarantee you there's a lot of crossover when it comes to comic book fans and wrestling fans, because I'm on both sides there.
Yeah.
I have a massive comic book collection. I know who CM Punk is, and I've been watching wrestling for decades. But I have to say, if I stepped into the octagon with the Green Ranger and I got my ass handed to me, I could walk out of that octagon going, I just got my butt kicked by the Green Ranger.
Yeah.
How many people can say that?
Yeah. Well,
I'd
see,
be
that's
proud.
why it made sense with Punk, because Punk fought Eric Jackson, and Eric you don't understand, he went to my camp. He was with Derek the Black Beast. I mean, this is a small world. I knew Mike Jackson forever. So for Mike to fight Mickey Gall and Mike to fight, CM Punk, okay, cool. But it just made sense that, to fight someone that had somewhat, I would say, of a name, of entity property. WWE, Power Rangers property, instead of WWE and Mike Jackson, who people don't know. I love Mike, but nobody knows Mike Jackson. So why not put two big universes together? And the frustrating part is Punk had no fights. Now I wouldn't fight him because he's been exposed as he's not a good martial artist. So I don't want to go in there and take advantage of it. I just want to go in there and expose that his martial arts skills weren't what it is. You can't train for 18 months and go into the octagon and make $1 million. He made more money than a lot of fighters. Mike Jackson, who fought him, made $10,000, and Punk made $1 million. So it's based off the name, but it wasn't based off skill. You see Brock Lesnar, skill, all these guys that crossed over, skill. So they really tried taking care of him. And I was told by tons of people, I know them all in there. Mick Maynard, the matchmaker, I fought for him on my first fight. He was out here in Legacy. I hooked him up with HDNet. So I know a lot of guys, including Derek, and I think they just said it wasn't a safe fight for him because there was no chance for him winning, and they really wanted a chance for him to win. So they fought Mike. Mike handed him for 15 minutes and worked him, and guess what? Dana White never wants to work with Mike Jackson again because he said he fought Punk too hard and he took advantage of him, and he should have finished him off right away. Instead, he picked him apart. But that's the game. If I decide that I want to play with you for 15 minutes, entertain the world, if I decide that I want to end it in a minute because fighting is too exhausting, I end it in a minute. So it's up to the fighter. You know what I mean? You can't take chances in the UFC or with those gloves. But Mike said he took plenty of chances because he know for sure he wasn't going to get knocked out by Punk, which I understand. That's what Mike said. I totally understand it. So that would have been a fun thing. It was nothing. None of this stuff is money. Someone came to me and said, "Oh my God, JDF, if you need money, don't jump out of an airplane and break boards." I don't think people understand that cost me money to do. My poems that I produce cost me money. It's one of those things because I want to help out. This thing, I'm not getting money from this. All I'm doing this for is because I miss my fans, and there's a chance where the fans can donate to help out a good cause. And if they can't donate, we appreciate their mental deposits in our mental bank account, because when we come back strong to your convention, when we have it, people are going to remember that you guys did whatever you could to make the fans happy. And that's what it's all about right now.
Your poetry is actually interesting because it's not just a written script and you're sitting there in front of a camera. There's an entire produced video that goes with the poetry, and it's very cinematic, visual, as well as emotional and audio. And you posted on your YouTube page. I have it right in front of me. It's JDFFFN. And you have over 141,000 subscribers. Where does poetry come from? Is this an innate talent and just emotion that you just developed over time, or is this something natural to you?
It's interesting because I write a lot. I tell people to write a lot of stuff that they do. I have like a bunch of poems that I've written over the years, and I'm just putting it together as like a little book. But usually I've been writing for a very long time. The poems I did a film called In My Head, and I won like best actor on it, and it was going to festivals, and it's a 9-minute, and I'm going to send it to you. I think I sent it to y'all, but anyway, it's a private link. I'm going to send it to you. And it's kind of a 9-minute poetry play out. I play 8 different characters. I play every mental health different character, and they all take place in my head. So I'm calling every one of those characters out, and I play every different one with a different feel to it. So I started writing for a long time, and then I wrote. Then This Mask was the one that I wrote, and then I decided, okay, well, I'm just gonna let people know that I struggle with a lot of things. like everyone else. And I have good poems from, man, I'm putting this book out. There's one called Shoes. There's one called Last Hour, the mental prison one. I wrote another one in December. I was kind of struggling, called Lost and Found. I was kind of struggling a little bit there. And there's some good ones too. There's one called Sunshine that talks about, just trying to stay in the positive light. So I decided, that's what I was telling everyone with Passions, that I decided that I've been writing for a lot of years. I'm just going to put it out. I'm just going to put it out. The mask is about, and the JDF FFN stands for Jason David Frank. And then my fight name is Fearless Frank. And it was a nation. So it stood for Jason David Frank, Fearless Frank Nation. At one point, we were building a nation of fans. But yeah, mask talks about, it has nothing to do with the helmet. Mask talks about taking off what we wear in life. We have a mask. If we have a mask of insecurities, a mask in a relationship, a mask in a job, a mask in addictions, whatever it is, let's, on the end of the day, take the mask off. And I also have one called Meer. This is dealing with ourselves, and especially right now in quarantine. I think people that party and drink think, you know what, let's just party and drink the whole time because it makes it easier, it makes it more fun, we can get out of it. But that takes, we're in quarantine for 2 months. You can actually be working on yourself and working through your addictions, working through whatever you want, but it takes work and discipline, and people don't want to do it. So, I wrote one also, Mental Prison. So mask talks about taking off your mask and being you. And Mental Prison talks about being stuck in mental prison, stuck in your head, stuck again in relationships, with your issues that you've had as a child, not talking about a lot of issues can put you in a mental prison, which is a numb place to be. And wearing your mask is a fake thing. So on my Instagram, I didn't want to just post and look at this car, look at the house. I really wanted to post and say, hey, look at me, look at my struggles. And this is something that I can overcome, you can overcome. So people can relate, and they like, and then they appreciate it. And if they see you struggle and go, oh, Jason's more than just a suit and tie. Jason is, a guy who goes through normal stuff. I'm an actor, but I refuse to say I'm a celebrity, because celebrities have one step higher than everyone. And I always say, when I morph, I put my suit on one leg at a time. Although you kids thought I morphed right away, I wore the suit just the same as you guys. So it's just a poetry. It's a very vulnerable thing to do. And when people think poetry, you're a fighter. But I'll tell you what, this that I hold in my hand is tougher than anything, because it's tough to say your feelings. It's tough for you to say, this is how I feel. It takes a tough person to do that. It takes a tough person to look in the mirror and say, who I'm looking at is the one I need to fix, not looking over my shoulder and looking at him and saying you did wrong. That's why with religion too, it gets on my nerves when everyone, I'm a man of God, yes, but when people tell you how to live, or you're sinning and doing this and that, it's you. It's a personal relationship. I feel blessed. I feel like God's put me in this position to fix fans and to help other people, including myself. That's just what I feel. But anything you're doing out there is, you have to learn. You can't be told this is wrong and this is you. So now during quarantine, maybe it's a good time to take a look at a few issues and realize, we take things for granted, and Comic-Cons, I'm missing more of the handshakes and the hugs versus, and this is okay. It's satisfying, but it's not the same. And when we're able to produce the show, when you guys, finally get that date and do it, then everyone's going to appreciate it 10 times more. But they're also going to remember during this quarantine time, who was the people that were really there for them, not for any other reason, but there for them because we want to be. This Instagram I've been doing for 8 years. Cons, I was the first ranger to do Comic-Cons ever, and I paid my own way to go to these Comic-Cons. And to this day, I still enjoy them, and it's like a hobby. So, stay true to yourself. And that's kind of where poetry came, is just, okay, I'm going to release this and let's see what people say. And they've actually embraced it more.
Can you briefly tell me about Jesus Didn't Tap?
Yeah, that was just a saying we used a long time ago. Just he never tapped, he never gave up. He was the toughest fighter. And again, that was just a hobby. We put a few t-shirts out. I had a company called nosubmit.com. that was a lot of different MMA companies, and we did a couple shirts for Jesus Didn't Tap. We put that out there just as a hobby. It's not open anymore just because it costs too much to keep things going, but I have it on my arm, and I always let people know that, you know, Jesus didn't tap. Tapping means to give up. And he didn't give up, you know, at all. People say, well, he couldn't tap because he was nailed on a cross. Look, verbally you can tap. Verbally you can tap. Verbally you can say, I quit.
Yeah,
And
mentally you can do it too.
Yes, mentally. And it's one thing he didn't do. So that's all. It was just something I had for fun. We've been, you know, the company's been closed for 5 years because, you know, hobby things are very hard to keep going. As you know, it takes a lot of building. It takes a lot of branding. And again, the poetry book that I put out, it doesn't matter if people buy a book. It matters that I did it, that I put the book out of Mask, of poems by JDF. I mean, there's a lot of good people that I didn't know were poets, like Michael Madsen, all these other people that did poetry. Dante Bosco, he did, you know, he played Rufy, and he did a poem on my channel. He was a professional poet. So, you know, you're dealing with these guys, and you look at them and you say they can really wear their feelings on the sleeve. But instead of wearing them on your sleeve, you're just putting your feelings through the pen. And that's where I think the feelings begin, is on paper, not just your sleeve.
Yeah. We're starting to get a collection of questions and comments that I want to get to. I just want to go over one more thing. What is, and forgive me if I pronounce this wrong, Toso Kundo?
Yep.
What is Toso Kundo?
Toso Kundo was my I put together my own system because I wanted to, I really wanted to avoid the ranking testing fee circuit. Every school charges testing fees, and I wanted to avoid that. I didn't want to have any masters over me, so I created Toso Kundo as a way of the fighting fist, my own organization, my own style. It was a mixed style. Everything was essential. 7, 8 different styles mixed together as one. And I wanted to get away from testing fees. That was the biggest thing. At my school, you know, it takes 6 years to reach black belt. It's a 12-hour test for black belt. We charge not one dime. I go there. I sit on the board. I feel when you earn a belt, you earn a belt. Now, 99.9% of the schools do testing fees, so don't hate me. I just don't want to feel like when I, you know, someone pays for something, they're going to get it regardless. Also, at Comic-Cons, I'm known to give a lot of free stuff out. I'm doing Instagram. I'm doing a lot of free stuff. That's just on me. It's what I want to do. And someone comes up and says, hey, can I take a selfie? I'm like, no, it's X amount of dollars. It just makes me feel dirty about it. I take it, no problem. Same thing with my belts. And the system is a really good system. I put together a Train Me JDF training site. And in a nutshell, the reason why I put that training site is people want to train with me around the world. There was one kid I taught, one kid for 4 lessons. He didn't look like he loved the training class, but he ended up taking his life. And his mom called me and said that this class was the best thing that he's ever done. And I said, yeah. He didn't look like he was into it. She said he ran to the garage 1 hour before, waited for that class. I did privates on Skype to see if I could teach through, on Skype before any other stuff, to see if I could teach through online. He did great. And when he ended up taking his life, I realized that it wasn't the 4 classes that he was learning. He was trying to reach out to someone. And so my classes are, hey, I'm there, even though I'm not there. And it's more of a mental drive. So, you know, you can't get black belt online, but you can learn the first basic moves. And I got a lot of good people on there that are really doing good. So I put together the Train Me class, and so people can train online. That's been 5 years. So when this virus hit, everyone's like, oh, everyone's got this. Yeah, everyone does, but I've been doing it for 5 years because I think it's important to treat your life discipline like you are in quarantine, to work out in your house if you have to work out, if you want to train or watch a video on Master's Class. I had Chris Voss, who was an FBI hostage negotiator on my channel, my live IG show. It's just train your brain. And, you know, I'm glad that all this stuff was planned before, so it didn't feel like I was taking advantage of the Kickstarter, taking advantage of my Train Me classes, taking advantage of my online store, Comic-Cons. Guys, that's been for years. I've been offering that so people can be disciplined. And I even give free month. They can go train if they want to sign up. This is, you guys, I think people understand this is not my job. That's why I can I can do whatever I want because I'm really passionate about it. And, I look at it as if I have an opportunity, like someone like yourself that can go out there, and even for you, even if it's just me and you on here, I made your day, you made my day. Now we got people that are watching and people are going to ask questions, which I'm happy to answer them. But I guess that's where Tosagundo was created in '94, just so I can do what I want. I can kind of break traditions of martial arts and not have to do these testing fees all the time.
I appreciate what you do. Honestly, I mean,
thank you.
It takes a lot to go the distance that you do. Okay, we got some quick questions here.
Right.
A lot of them we're gonna get through. A lot of Mighty Morphin Power Ranger questions. So, first one from Josh: which is your favorite Zord?
Probably the Dragon Zord, just because it was my first, and it was super cool. It came out of water.
Cool. Johnny says, "Hey Jason, you did great job playing Tommy, the Green and White Ranger, and the Red Zeo Ranger, and the Red Turbo Ranger, and the Black Dino Ranger. Thank you so much for doing what you do."
Yeah, thank you, man. I don't know if he was on, but this is my Dino Thunder helmet from Ninja Steel. This was the one that they used. They asked me if I had a helmet. I said yes. They said, "Can we buy it?" And I told you I'm not for sale. I said no. They said, "Can I use it?" I said sure, as long as I get it back. So this was in the episode where I broke the helmet. So they gave me the helmet back and said, "Thank you for allowing me to use your helmet." I said, "Thank you for a piece of history," because this thing's a piece of history, man.
That it is.
Yep. Sure.
Joan asks, "How is morphing done?"
Well, on the TV show, the morphing happened pretty quick. But the way that we would do it is we would say like something like this. We would go, "It's morphin' time," and we would freeze, and then we would step out, and then they would roll the camera, and then we would step back and put the helmet.
Yeah.
And then it was all edited, and the morphin just became quick. Now, don't want to hurt no one's feelings, so the morphin on the TV show was done with a morpher, a very special morpher.
Yeah. Perfect answer. Alicia has two questions. One, what was it like accepting the award during the Arnold Classic? And two, what is your most sentimental tattoo?
Sentimental tattoo. Accepting the award, I think for the Master Hall of Fame. I would think the award that's what it was. Master Hall of Fame.
2008, was it not?
Yeah,
yes.
It was. It might have been the Masters, the award, or best martial or best school, but it always feels good to receive an award. And I tell you, every time I receive an award, I couldn't do it without you guys. This tattoo, good thing I shaved. It's Jenna.
Oh, that's adorable.
On my chest, looks just like her when she was a little baby. But yeah, that's my most sentimental. And I only have one Power Ranger tattoo, which is under the communicator.
Cool.
Which now the communicator is the Rolex that I don't have on. But anyway, that's what it is.
Jason, do you have any tips for dealing with injuries from martial arts? That's from Atlee.
Atlee, yes. I tell you, I had a complete hamstring pull a year and a half ago. I'm still not able to do exactly what I can. But when I was talking to Mark Dacascos again, Mark played the bad guy on John Wick. He's a really good martial artist. People know him as the Iron Chef. Anyway, I look up to this guy, and I was talking to him about my injuries and frustrated. I saw no results. I Googled everything. I tried. Now I'm pushing through my injury because it's not about flexibility. It's about stability. So when I was trying to stretch my muscle out, it was hurting. But if I build muscles around the injury, then I was able to do it. Now, even shoulders, I've had shoulder injuries before. The best thing you can do is train around your injuries and don't strain the injury. And then eventually that should come around. So don't push yourself. Injuries, look, I'm going to be 47 and I've never had really that bad of an injury. I got good backs. I did a hip MRI to check my hips because I was thinking, well, maybe Chuck Norris has a hip replacement at 50. Maybe that's going to happen to me. I got great hips. I take a lot of vitamins and I continue training. So don't push it. But mentally, I got so depressed on my injury, man. I was down. I just was so depressed. You guys don't understand. That's why half those poetry things are, it was so frustrating. So once you see a little result, take advantage of it, but also be blessed and know that someone always has it worse than you. You know what I mean? Here I'm complaining about my leg, and then someone's in a wheelchair that can never walk. So sometimes we got to be blessed, but keep pushing through those injuries, but in a smart way. Follow doctor's orders and things. Which I was a doctor in Dino Thunder, so I'm Dr. Oliver. So technically, I'm a doctor.
Hey, play a doctor on TV, like Doogie.
Yeah, a doctor on TV.
Yes. Looks like maybe two, maybe three more comments here. This is off of Twitch. Dark Avenger says, JDF is number one when it comes to caring for his fans and the fans caring about him. Do you read any of the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger comic books?
Oh yeah, man. I got a ton. I collect a lot. It's funny because again, the Lord Draken episode where Tommy dies in the comic book, killed by Lord Draken, which I'm Lord Draken, so it's fine. But that book, number 25, I decided that I wanted to do a digital piece for Lord Draken as a trailer. So I pretty much paid for that trailer. I mean, out of my own money to do this trailer and to promote Boom Comics. Then Hasbro came on board. We made Anarchy an official licensed dealer for Power Rangers. A lot of hoops to jump through. But the trailer's on my channel. I'm supposed to own it exclusively, but it's everywhere, which anyone can put it anywhere. But yes, I do read the comics. I think it's very cool. First thing I realized when I was in the comics is that how updated it was. We had cell phones. We had, things that we didn't have. Because the communicators back in the day, I don't think anyone would have thought that was going to be real. I mean, here we have, Apple Watches that are way better. We have this kind of technology where I tell people I wouldn't have to go to the command center ever. I would just FaceTime them and say, what, Zordon? Like, what do you want? I would never have to go to the command center. So technology is cool. But yeah, I do. And I'm a big comic book collector too. I know you collect comics. I had a huge comic collection that I sold for my comic karate school. I sold my comic book collection when I was 18 for my first karate school.
One more question and one more comment, and then I want to get to how people can contact you and follow you. And a cameo apparently is a thing that you do as well. So the question is from Easy. Any tips for the Green Ranger cosplay?
Oh, well, it depends if you want to go to the old school Green Ranger or the Bat in the Sun Green Ranger. But this is a tip that I'm going to give everyone that a lot of people would understand. If you're dressed as a Ranger, you can't look like this. In order, when you put your helmet on, right? When you look straight, it looks like this. So when you look like this is what you look like in the suit. You got to keep your head lifted. I'm telling you, everyone out there knows. If not, when you look normal, this is what it's going to look like if I'm looking straight. But if I lift my head, this is what my helmet would look like. So every time in suit, you almost have to look and peek through the eye line. Otherwise,
you're leering down at everyone.
The hero, the hero stance. So it's everyone that cosplays in any suit. I think you're going to realize that inside the suit, looking normal is not going to look right. You have to really exaggerate that in order to make your helmet look straight. Which is an interesting question. I never said that question in my whole entire life. Nowhere.
It's the first time you've ever heard that question.
First time. Yeah. First time.
Final comment from Casberry Gaming off of Twitch. JDF is a great motivator and a genuine nice dude. Thank you for being fearless, Frank.
Oh, thank you, man. And I tell everyone out there again, live fearlessly, not foolishly, but fearlessly. Put all your energy into what we got today, and hope and pray that we have faith, and I know we'll get through it. It sucks. I'm not going to be that guy to say, oh, well, tomorrow will be a different day. We don't know what tomorrow holds, but I do know that we could reach out and love people no matter what. We could reach out and love people through Instagram, even through social distancing. So just continue loving people, because when you love people and give back, I'm telling you, things will come back. And I already know everyone on here, and for myself, I'm just going to continue to give, and what I get back is what God's going to give us, and we'll just move forward from there.
Awesome. How can people reach out and connect with the fearless Frank himself on social media, and also information about Legend of the White Dragon?
Yep. Well, first of all, everyone, thanks for watching. I always tell everyone that the relationship doesn't end here. When I do a Comic-Con and this is a Q&A, I would tell people the relationship doesn't end here. You can go on Instagram, which is JDFFFN. All across the board. YouTube, JDF FFN. Remember, it stands for Jason David Frank. Fearless Frank was my fight name, Nation. So JDF FFN across the board. Of course, Facebook is official Jason David Frank. On my page, you can check out the Legend of the White Dragon. You can follow it on Instagram. It's LOT, LOT, White Dragon. So it stands for Legend of the White, just Lot, L-O-T, White Dragon. Check it out. Go to Kickstarter. I'm not here to sell anything. I'm not here to ask for anything. I'm here for you fans. And I think the most important thing for me, beyond all this stuff and following the Legend of the White Dragon, just go check out the information that this con is holding for donations, because it's going to a good cause. That's like all I could tell you. If you want to follow me, cool, but I'm here to kind of let people know that I love you all. And if you can help out and click the donation link, if you can, that'd be great. It's 100% going to a good a foundation. So we love them. We hope to see you in person soon.
Thank you so much for spending some time with me. I really appreciate it. I've been holding back the fanboy energy the entire time. I don't know if it leaked through it all, but it is an absolute honor to speak with the legendary Green Ranger, Jason, David, Frank. Thank you so much for your time, man.
I screenshot and I'm going to post it on my page too.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
All right, let's do one more smile, just so I make a good one. All right, here we go. One more. Here we go.
One more.
All right, buddy. Thank you so much.
Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Guys. Thank you, buddy. Bye-bye.
Bye. And this will do it for me. I'm JD the Media Jack. Stay tuned. More is happening right here on the FanCon content on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitch. There's a roundtable coming up. But for me, I'm going to call it quits. I think I need to go and walk off some of this energy. I can't believe I just spent the last hour with you talking with the Green Rangers. So continue to stay safe, continue to be healthy, sanitize, social distancing, all that great stuff when it comes to FanCon and FanCon from home. Thanks for joining me, everyone.
live.
Hello, world of FanCon from home. JDF, how amazing was that? We are just about to get into our cosplay roundtable, but we do have to take this moment out to shout out to our sponsor, Barkerville Brewing. I am drinking a sluice juice. That's going to be really harder to say later as I get further down in this can. You can order beer from barkervillebeer.com. They do free delivery within Quesnel if you have more than $25, and you can literally pick them up in any liquor store in Prince George. So we are just about to get started with the cosplay roundtable. Mark Meer is going to be taking over and hosting, and I'm going to hang out for a little bit. We're also joined by Riddle, Evil Ted, Rocket Pepper Cosplay, Foam Forge Cosplay, Benny Lava, and Aaron Harrison is back with us. So hi, everybody.
Oh.
Oh, hello.
I guess I didn't get the memo on portrait versus landscape. No, it's good.
Did
This
you
is
get
my
the
first
memo
time using
on pants? Because none of us are wearing any.
No pants.
I have a family, so I have pants on, guys.
That's very kind of you, Ted.
There's no stroll in the house and you're nowhere in this house. You can't do that.
So it does look like we're just waiting for a couple of people. Why don't we get started right now? And each of you, I don't know who's actually to my right, I have Evil Ted. So if you want to take over, Evil Ted, and intro yourself and wait for other friends to get in, we can go from there.
Fantastic. I would totally like to do that. Hello, everybody. My name is Evil Ted. I've spent a good 28 years of my life working in the movie industry, doing visual effects from costumes and props to miniatures. I recently started a YouTube channel called the Evil Ted channel where I teach how to craft with foam. I build with a lot of stuff, but foam happens to be one of my favorites. And I have a website, eviltedsmith.com, where not only do I have supply lists, I also have numerous patterns for people who are newbies and getting started. I try to make my patterns really simple, basic patterns you can buy, download, and start making your own. The idea of taking something flat foam and making it into something three-dimensional is exciting. So it's my mission to get you people to build your own cool stuff.
Awesome.
And there it is.
We're so happy to have you back.
Oh, thank you, guys. Thank you. As a matter of fact, can I rant a little bit about FanCon?
Quickly, we got to get through our panel.
It's such a wonderful time. I had such a great time. Can't wait. Go ahead. Let's go.
Whoever wants to introduce themselves next. Is our host Mark Meer here? I saw that there was a crazy outfit happening, so maybe he should take the stage.
Oh wait, I should have worn.
Hello, good to see you, folks. How's it going? I thought I should dress up.
Lovely to have you.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, there you are.
You're just fine.
Here I am. Here I am. Hold on one second.
Oh, there's Mark.
And there we are. Much better. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Excellent. Sorry for showing up as a plague doctor. I just had this lying around.
I would consider it timely. It's very timely.
I thought so. I wore that for Quarantinoween on March 31st, which of course was 1 million years ago. Good to see you. Hey, Ted, how are you?
I'm good, Mark. How are you, sir?
I'm doing very well, very well. And who else do we have here? Hello, Ricky. How are you?
Hi, good.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hello, everyone. I'm doing very well. Hey, Benny, good to see you. And
Hey.
Michael, hello. And hello, good to see you.
Hello, everybody.
There she is.
So here we all are.
Wonderful.
Are we currently live?
Yes, we are absolutely live.
What? Oh no, the internet wasn't supposed to see all of this. But here we all are, and happy FanCon at home, or from home.
Thank you. Happy FanCon at home.
This is how we this is how cosplayers just celebrate FanCon.
I know, and I feel bad. I should have dressed up. I feel bad now. I should have dressed up.
I literally have this stuff sitting in a pile feet away from my computer. So
We were doing loose introductions there, Mark, and we made it through Ted and then made it to you. So do you want to introduce everybody else? I'm just like your wingman today as per norm. So you're in charge there, friend.
Excellent. Hello. So am I hosting this?
You are. Surprise.
Surprise, Mark.
I can roll with the punches. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the FanCon. Is it FanCon from home or FanCon at home? It's FanCon from home, right?
From home, yeah.
FanCon. I'm very organized. It's
Is
a
it a
FanCon.
play on Far From Home? Right?
Yeah, we were.
Is it a play
all,
on the Spider-Man movie? Oh, okay, well, I thought.
we were all supposed to be wearing Far From Home cosplay.
I'm Night Monkey.
Oh, hey, nice done. That's good. I like the civilian night monkey.
I didn't actually know.
So yes, hello. I am Mark Meer. I am often the host at the Northern FanCon cosplay contest. I always love going to Northern FanCon. The quality of costumes is amazing, so I'm very glad to be here in this capacity for the online version. And we have a number of the cosplay guests that we're going to be appearing at this year's Northern FanCon with us. You've met Ted. I'll throw things over to Ricky. Hello, Ricky. Thanks for joining.
Oh, did we lose sound?
Do we lose sound?
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, we hear you, Ricky.
I was just throwing over to you, Ricky. And hello.
Oh, God,
please
okay.
welcome
Ricky.
Riddle, a cosplayer of great renown.
Thank you. So for those of you who don't know, my name is Ricky. I go by Riddle. I've been cosplaying for over 20 years. Very long time. And gosh, I don't even know when to begin. I mean, I always talk about, I actually lived across from Prince George. Growing up, I lived on the island. So I'm an island girl. I've lived all around these small towns in Canada. I didn't know what cosplay was. We always joked that I thought I had invented it because I didn't know anybody else that did it. Let's see, what else? I work in different mediums, molding, casting, sewing, kind of whatever I can find. Because when I started, you couldn't buy cosplays online. It was really, there was no real access to thermoplastics, and like none of the foam had really taken off. So I had to be really like go through I didn't even have a Home Depot, Walmarts, and try to find things that you could use. Let's see. Since then, in the last couple of years, I've sort of started working in the film industry. I've worked on a number of films, but I primarily have worked on Marvel films, either as a costumer, specialty costumer, and I actually just recently worked in the prop department on a recent Marvel TV show. So that's been really exciting to like take the skills I've learned from cosplay and apply them to the film industry. But I still love cosplay. I still, on this whole quarantine time, I've been working on new cosplays, and it's a great way to keep up with my skills. Let's see, a couple other things I'm really proud of. I have a charity organization that every few years I do a project. I've raised over $50,000 for various charities. Love it or hate it, I was on one of the reality shows, that old thing. But yeah, I'm really excited to be here. I'm really excited to support a Canadian convention. Again, a long time ago, I was so hard up for cons in Canada. I actually started one in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and it's still going. So I have a real soft spot for geek and fandom culture in Canada because when I was younger, it just wasn't there. So it's really exciting that, people have a venue and have an event like FanCon to go to and like have that sort of like family geeky feeling. So I ramble a lot, so I'll try to nip that in the bud.
Not at all. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us.
Can hear me? Can people hear me?
Yeah, you're here now.
Hey.
Sorry, I don't know Zoom. I am
Welcome.
a person who speaks physically to people.
Well, welcome, Aaron. I'm afraid that Zoom is all there is now. There is no Dana. There is only Zoom.
I had everything set up.
Oh, we'll work out the
Nobody
kinks.
gave me coaching before today, so sorry. This is what you get.
I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll work out the kinks. We were just doing introductions going around. Ricky had just done her introduction. And again, thank you for joining us. On a personal note, Ricky, I'm not sure if you know this, but you were one of the first people I ever took a cosplay picture with at DragonCon.
Oh, was it Black Adam and Mary Marvel?
Yep, I was Black Adam. And then you walked up as a perfect Mary Marvel, and our mutual friend Sean Patton introduced us, and then we got a picture together. So that was one of the
that
very...
was like that was DragonCon when it was like, sort of still a secret.
That's true. I want to say it was 2009. So yeah, and delighted to have you here at the online equivalent of Northern FanCon in 2020. So let's go around. Let's see. How about Benny next?
Hey, how are you all doing? My name and Facebook is Benny Lava. Real name's Trevor Elke. I'm with the 501st Legion. Costume as Boba Fett and a Tusken Raider. I've been doing the cosplay for about 7 years now, I guess. FanCon for the last 6. This would be number 6. Yeah, I kind of really cut my teeth on the Boba Fett costume 6 years ago now. Took a couple of years to make, but beyond that, I'm 3D printing, making costumes with 3D printers and plastics. Handcrafting anything that I can turn into costume parts. Beyond that, I'm just kind of excited to be in the room with so many creative, exciting people.
Mark, can we hear Mark?
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to turn it off because my dog was barking. So that's that, Aaron. That's another thing that you'll have to get used to with Zoom. It's everybody's in everyone else's house at the same time. So so thank you very much, Benny. Let's go over to Michael next. Michael.
Hi, my name's Mike. I'm Foam Forge Cosplay online. I've been doing costuming, props, and construction work as part of the 405. That's the Halo Costuming Collective since 2012 now, I think, is when I first started my ODST. Wow, that makes me feel weird. I primarily work in foam. I do a little bit of sewing, 3D printing, casting work, that kind of stuff. I'm mostly armor. It's kind of like my go-to. FanCon, I've been going to now for, this would have been my 4th year. Wow. Yeah, other than that, I'm from Edmonton and I'm kind of small time. So thanks for having me, everybody.
Not at all. Thanks for joining us. And yeah, so I think this still counts as your 4th year because this is happening. This is
Right,
just as valid
exactly.
as
Still happening.
Yes. So let's go over to Rocket Pepper Cosplay, who I believe was our winner from last year. Yes.
Hey guys, thank you for having me. My name is Astrid, but I go as Rocket Pepper. I originally from Mexico, so if you hear a slight accent, it's totally normal. It's not your audio. It's not nothing is going wrong. And yeah, I happened to win last year FanCon, so I'm quite excited to keep the ball rolling and see what everybody is crafting, and also honored to be joining you guys. I am like girl crashing under it right now. So I just
Well
and
done.
everybody here, Ted too, and Mark. I've been super fan from all these years, and then I always happen to cross paths with you on FanCon, so that's exciting.
Yes,
Now
and of
getting
course
to know
you
Canadians.
you earned your place here with a fantastic costume last year. So thank you for joining us. And now let us join our most recent arrival, Mr. Aaron Harrison of Harrison Arts. Aaron, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm really sorry. I'm technologically inept. This is my first time other than today, like second time using Zoom. Apparently when you're doing a group, it's different. You might have seen me cursing on and off with not hearing me or possibly heard me.
No, you were good. You were good.
No, Zoom has a
Okay.
mute. It won't let you do that. So.
I curse a lot. I'm Aaron Harrison of Harrison Arts. I've worked in the film industry for 30 years in many aspects, acting, prop work, prop building, prop set work, extra work, whatever, as long as I'm still working. And I love you, Mark.
Love you, pal, and thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. So let us begin. This is a round table, so let's get round a table, so to speak, in a metaphorical sense. Here we all are to, now I understand we have entries from some Northern FanCon fans and attendees. Are we going to be looking at their costumes as we go through the show, or Leah, or are we going to be doing that?
That is actually coming up at 7:30, which
Okay.
you're going to have to stick around for because we're going to keep you hostage, Mark, like
That's
usual,
fine.
in traditional FanCon style. But
Sure.
this panel here is to talk about whatever you guys want, and definitely we want to encourage everybody watching at home, if they want to send in questions, Paul will feed them through to us.
Fantastic.
Can we point out that Aaron is actually sitting on a throne? Like, who has a throne
Like
in their
a Tiger
home?
King.
Funny story. Funny story about this throne. I used to decorate nightclubs as a side thing, and I'd have a pile of Halloween decorations. And I mean, a 5-ton truck full of them. And when I was done with doing that, I actually took them to a prop house and said, I want to get rid of these. And they're like, oh, we can rent this and sell this. I'm like, no, I want to get rid of them. And Polly, who used to be a huge props person here in Vancouver before he closed his shop, said, well, what do you want for him? I want that fucking throne. He looked at me for a second. He's like, okay. It's from Dungeon Siege 2, where they took this $5,000 piece of work and then beat the crap out of it and cut things out of it and broke it down. So now I have a damn throne. Well, it's technically not my throne. It's my cat's throne.
All right.
Of course.
That happens.
He has 3.
Welcome to the Prop King show instead of the Tiger King.
Yeah.
I like how Ted immediately agreed because apparently he has lost something to a cat.
I have 4. I have 4 cats.
5.
Okay, that's a good starter question. How many cats does everyone have? Is this a common thing?
All right.
5.
Oh my goodness.
Dogs. There's no cats allowed.
One cat, one dog.
And I
Okay.
regularly have pictures of cat for
And
sale.
we got 2 fosters right now that were here during lockdowns. We still have them.
Of course, yeah. Well, thanks for putting them up. So yes, no cats in this house, I'm afraid. Just 2 dogs. 2 dogs. So
do not apologize for having your dogs.
Oh no, I shall not. So let us see here. We might as well begin with what got everyone into cosplay. Ricky, you were talking a little bit about this earlier on. You essentially were saying
I
that
invented cosplay.
you invented cosplay. Yes. I mean, I remember a time when Canada, there was a bit of a drought of cons, and I remember what often cons in Canada was you showed up and it was like 6 guys with long boxes selling single issues.
I mean, when I was living on Vancouver Island, there was, I think, Anime Revolution, Evolution, and Anime North. That was it in all of Canada. I would go down to Otakon, and you know how bad the exchange rate is when we travel.
Oh yeah.
And not only that, but like getting wigs into Canada, it was like if I wasn't like taxed through the butthole, they would just confiscate them. And like most eBay people wouldn't even ship because it was considered international. Like, I mean, it's international, but it was like, come on, just up north. But yeah, so basically what started for me is I was in school and I got into anime and I was just like, wow, these girls are like fun and sexy and outgoing, and I am none of those things. So for Halloween, I was like, oh, I want to be this character. And a friend's mom helped me make the outfit. And I mean, the town I lived in, we didn't have fabric stores. I think I shopped in probably like equivalent to a Dollar Tree that just happened to have like some and again, it's gonna say this a lot. When I started cosplay, everything was either satin or broadcloth. There was no other options. And we did eventually we got to Sharpie dyeing our wigs. Like that's how it was. But anyway, so I dressed up for Halloween. No one had any idea who I was. And then I went to my first anime convention, I think like 2 or 3 years later in Anaheim, and it was Anime Expo 99.
There you go.
And it was amazing. And we were sort of like the rejects of the convention, but I didn't care because it was like a way when you saw somebody dressed as that character. And that's the same with all cosplay right now is they're fans. Like it's like wearing a nerdy t-shirt like times 1,000. You can go up to that person and be like, oh my gosh, you love Halo? I love Halo too. Or you love Doctor Who? I love Doctor Who too. Like if they have it on their body, there's a good chance they want to talk to you about it because they are that passionate. So
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inventing cosplay. I
You're
appreciate that.
welcome.
And second of all, I think that's probably there's a commonality here with your story. I'm assuming with many of us, where before convention cosplay, Halloween was probably a big draw for, I'm going to say, a lot of us. So Ted and yeah, we'll go Ted and then Aaron. Ted, let's talk about how you got started creating props and costumes and building things. How did you become a maker?
Fantastic. I started, I'm gonna kind of date myself. It all started in 1977 when the release of Star Wars came out. I was 14 years old. My mind was blown. And as a kid, there was no YouTube or books or how-to stuff. So I went to the library finding stuff. And Hollywood made stuff. Everything was behind the scenes and secrets. So it was like, how are these guys doing this stuff? So like Riddle, I just grabbed whatever I could get my hands on. So it was poster board and paper mache and made myself my Darth Vader helmet. And that's what got me into crafting. I would go to stores and buy toy guns and spray paint them black. But I discovered a convention. I grew up in the Midwest. And like everybody else, you guys from Canada, I was in the Midwest and I didn't know what a con was. And it was the early 70s and they were starting to become popular, but most cons had like sci-fi novelists and artists and comic book artists and mostly comic book things. So what ended up happening was I went to my first convention and I was like, oh my God, there's people, they're into the same thing I am in my world. Because originally my sci-fi friends, I could count them on I had like 4 guys that liked the same things I did. And that was about it. Went to a convention, found out there was hundreds of us, started going to cons, but I never actually started getting to cosplay until, my gosh, way years later. I came out, worked in the movie industry, started doing special effect costumes and props for film and television. And I was on this thing called MySpace, again, dating myself. And I saw this young woman called Yaya Han. And this is before she blew up. I'm like, oh, what is this he's doing? And there's other people that were doing what she was doing. And so I became friends with them on MySpace and discovered this whole cosplay thing. And then I met my friend Holly Conrad. And Holly Conrad was like, oh, we use this stuff called EVA foam. And I was like, where do you get that? And she put it in my floor, like, oh, those things in the floor. I'm like, what? So mine was blown. And I got kind of, in some ways, industry professional, but late to cosplay. So I started like about 6-7 years ago, got into it. And some of the industry techniques I learned from the movie industry, wanted to bring into cosplay. And that's when I started making tutorials and videos of all the techniques I've learned crafting and building, but instead of using expensive equipment, just using craft foam and things you can get at a local hardware store. So that's how I got into it.
Yes, and a very good way to. And I remember MySpace as well, Ted. So
I do too.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Live journal MySpace.
Yes, let's go to Aaron next. Aaron, I see that you've donned your Plague Doctor mask, which I saw on Facebook a little while ago. I'm sorry, I think you probably missed this, but let me put mine on.
That looks scary. So scary. That looks.
I have
There we
one
go.
too. I feel like I should put mine on. We just have a plague doctor party.
I don't have one. I should make one.
However, unlike yourself, I can't claim to have made mine, so I suspect that is your creation, is it not, Aaron?
Luke, I am your father.
My father's a doctor. All right.
Honestly, when you guys talk about cosplay, I was cosplaying before cosplay was invented.
Right. We just called it costumes back then.
Well, yeah, we call them costumes. We were fans of certain things. Like, I know Mark and Ted would possibly have been kids when they watched Space 1999.
Oh my God, I love that show.
Oh yes.
Right? Yeah. And the costumes. And I was all about building. During that time, I was a preteen. I was young, and I was like, my parents were asking me, "What do you want to do when you grow up?" And I'm like, I want to be the guy who makes those monsters, and I want to be the guy who wears the costumes. It wasn't long after that I was suddenly hitting psychology courses with my parents because they thought something was wrong.
Mm.
And
my folks didn't understand either.
Yeah,
Mine didn't either.
And one of my first cosplays that I wore to a costume contest, because we didn't call them that. We called them costume contests at a con, was in Seattle. we did have a con that still runs today that goes way back called VCon. And that cough was for VCon. But my first cosplay was a troll based on one of the trolls from ElfQuest.
Yeah, nice.
All right, yeah, good comic book.
I remember that.
Myself and a group of people went out in Halloween with the big fat suits and everything, the heads. We had a female troll. We had all the suits. We ran through the malls dressed like that. Never got chased by security. Just before Halloween, we got chased out of Toys R Us. Funnily enough, like, you can't take cameras in there. But cosplay, I was a kid. I wanted to dress up in the same costumes. I Sharpied some shirts to look like the uniforms from Space 1999.
Yeah.
And I got in a lot of trouble from my parents for Sharpieing my clothes and painting them. But yeah, cosplay, and sorry, you didn't invent cosplay. As soon as we were kids.
You know, I was kidding, right? I just
I
feel it's important to know that.
I think you should fight him. Fight him, Ricky. Totally take Aaron.
I'm sorry. I'm
Fight him,
sorry,
monkey.
Ricky. Ricky, you're already getting dragged on Twitter for claiming to have invented. No, I'm joking. but yes, I'll agree, Aaron, that cosplay was, I'd been doing it for a few years before I heard the term cosplay. To me, it was always just drinking beer while wearing a costume. But
yeah. Like I for years.
It was Forrest J. Ackerman who was the first, I guess, technically.
Forrest Ackerman, yes, famous monsters of Filmland. We owe Mr. Ackerman quite a lot for.
Actually, his girlfriend we owe.
Oh yeah, what was her first?
She wanted him to dress up, and she made the outfits.
Oh, nice, very good, very good.
And of course, we owe Forrest J. Ackerman a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody tried to argue that, be like, okay, Bela Lugosi gave him the ring.
Mm-hmm.
You lose your argument. If Bela Lugosi, the original Dracula, gave somebody the ring, your argument is invalid at that point against Forrest J. Ackerman.
True. And of course, Forrest J. Ackerman was famous for being one of the first collectors of memorabilia. Yes. Famously had people come to his house in LA, and he's the granddaddy of all nerds.
Yeah, and there's
an invention. He was a convention unto himself.
There's a gentleman, Bob Burns, has a very valid collection of stuff from like Forbidden Planet and the Time Machine from H.G. Wells, and things from Aliens and the Pulse Rifles and the Drop Ship. And it's so great to find these guys who are nostalgic that just held on to that stuff, so that you can years later come by and actually see the stuff in the film. It's always great. It's
very
awesome.
True. So let us just continue with our go round of just talking about
cosplay.
Our go round of costuming and cosplay, let's call it. So Benny, how did you first start with cosplay and costuming, and was Halloween a big influence on you as well?
Lucky enough, I had parents that were really supportive of it. One of the very first costume contests I entered was on Vancouver Island, Ricky, in Nanaimo, back in the early 80s. And I was dressed as a jester that my mom had sewn, and I won that contest. I think I was 7 years old at the time. So, and I'm not going to say how old I am now, but 43, So that was
you're still young.
36 years ago now. So, and from there, I think I've had some my parents were both supportive of the creative process. So I've got that with me. They never looked at me and said, "Oh, geez, what are you doing? You're a nerd." My dad was a big sci-fi. He was straight into all of that, all of the Star Trek, right back to the 70s and 60s there. So he was right into it. I was really lucky in that sense. And from there, it just kind of grew to where we are now. Halloweens were never a time for me to just get an off the rack costume. I couldn't do that. I would always have to make something. I think one of one of my favorites was when I was China, the wrestler. That was, that
Pictures
was
sure it didn't happen.
it. I don't. There's probably pictures of that somewhere, and that was quite some
How
time ago
old
now.
were you then?
23, 24.
Pick China.
So,
You're
it was
awesome.
it was
You were
it was
20s and you did that. That's awesome.
so it was a lot of fun, and then I really didn't seriously get into the costuming though until like I say, I started with the Boba Fett. It was 7 years ago, because it took me a while to build the Boba Fett before I could even get into the group, the 501st Legion. And I started because I wanted to make a costume for Halloween, and I really like Star Wars, and I was a huge Boba Fett fan. And I started with a Pepakura helmet, and that was just, man, the number of cuts and folds I had to make for that helmet was just unbelievable. The bondo, the sanding, everything was just wild. So when it came down to it, I thought, well, if I've got this much work into it now, why not go all the way and not just have a helmet? So let's make the entire costume. And then, of course, creating all of the different parts and pieces that went along with that. I mean, everything from PVC piping with a heat gun to, just squeezing silicone into something just to make a shape. It was a lot of trial and error, and lots of bondo and lots of dust. There was a lot of dust, and the house really smelled bad. But when it was all said and done, just a little over a year after that, I had a complete Boba Fett costume. And then I joined the 501st and just kept building from there. And it's been a fantastic journey since. I've been able to help a lot of local cosplayers with their costumes. Just like I say, the 3D printing was a big game changer for me, as well as for many other people out there that were able to use the computer and had a 3D printer. So for me, that was the big turning point. And from there, here we go.
Yeah, now, of course, you were just mentioning that you had to have your complete Boba Fett costume built before you joined the 501st. They have very high standards as well for admission. Now that is generally the case, that you need to have your complete costume done, and then it's got to be essentially judged by, I assume, a committee within the 501st.
That is correct. Yeah, your costume is scrutinized based on a certain set of criteria that's laid out, and you have to meet the criteria that's laid out for you in order for your costume to be accepted into the 501st Legion. And I believe that has something to do with the fact that they want to make it as accurate as possible, so that you're not losing the magic when you meet somebody out on the street. Mm-hmm. It's a big part of it for us. And we want to represent, obviously, the highest level of detail that we can when it comes to these costumes. And realistically, what they want to be able to do is take you and remove the original actor from the show and be able to put you in and not have anybody really tell the difference. I mean, some of the parts that they make these costumes with back in the 70s were off of like record players, like Mitchell record players, for instance, right? So they deconstruct these things and just use them as your greeblies on different pieces. And yes, you do have to have your entire costume, and it does have to go through an entire approval process. And it's very discouraging when you get the no, you're not good enough 3 or 4 times. You really have to sit down and think, geez, is this what I want to do? But of course, then the perfectionist comes out in many of us, and yeah, that's what I want to do. And you push through and you build it.
I actually have to say, I hate that. I absolutely hate that part about the 501st.
Oh, they're high standards, you mean, or
no, the limiting of creativity.
Because they only want screen accurate stuff. So also original creations aren't really within their purview, I assume.
Yeah,
it's a matter of like, you're not allowed to be creative. I mean, honestly, I have people showing me copies of what I built. They're showing me what I've already done.
They're like show on stuff from Arrow and whatnot.
Exactly.
Right.
And I've seen it. And if you want to make the most screen accurate version, sorry, can't take me serious while I'm wearing my Wolverine helmet.
I was hoping that you
But
would.
it's about cosplay, right? So I wanted to make sure that I actually just pulled stuff up. And Astrid, this is for you, because you asked. For me, cosplay is, I am amazed to see the people who come up with cosplays where they're like, I've done this with a twist, or I've done this where I've done a different version. When I see people come up with a Darth Vader costume, but it's based on the original sketches.
Oh, the
That's-
McQuarrie, the
Yeah,
McQuarrie
McQuarrie,
stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's better. When the 501st, honestly, build a stormtrooper costume. They were basically vacuum formed, reproductive, over and over. We can replace and do new pieces, and the new movie is no different. Like the new order is no different. You're doing the same thing over and over again. I like to see, and I don't like to see groups that are restrictive. I mean, the Mandalorian mercs, apparently are getting more restrictive, which I'm like, no, don't, please.
But to each their own, right? Like that's.
Oh yes,
if you want to be a part of a club that tells you how to make your costume, then fine. I'm not actually telling you don't, but if you want to be like, if you want to be creative and make your own thing, and I'm the guy who's actually had to make stuff for shows where I people who are fans of my work or people who watch the show Arrow and have produced to me, look, I did this, but I thought this would be better. And I look at them and go, this is absolutely better than what I did. This is amazing. Please show me more.
Sure. I should mention at this point that the opinions expressed by Aaron Harrison are his own and not necessarily those of Northern FanCon.
You know, it's funny.
Are you kissing ass to Star Wars?
Well, I just feel in my actually just the 501st I should mention has always treated me very well. I think I actually am an honorary member.
No, I love the 501st. I'm going to be working with the 501st. I'm just saying myself as an artist and a creator, if you want to be in a club where you have to make as accurate as you possibly want to, yes, it's a great club. But if you're trying to be creative and create something new, there's a lot of restrictions.
Of course. No, I get it. I get it.
That's the thing about cosplay that I always have this balance with, and I've always had this. This has come up before, but this also came up my first conversation in my very first FanCon. My first exposure to being a judge was, what is your opinion about cosplay? And I had 3 cosplayers staring at me who've made their fandom being cosplayers. And I'm like, I don't want to be rude. I don't know what to say. And then one of them, his head ducks forward. And he goes, wait, you're Mr. Dark. And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, oh, I know somebody you know. And I know what you think. And Deathstroke, you would want to do your own version. I'm like, I have my own version here. He goes, oh my God, I want to see it. Because yes, if we want to do something that is to the film, to the exact detail, that is one side of cosplay.
Oh, sure. It is a big tent, of course. And speaking of which, let us expand our tent and move on a little with to.
Sorry.
We haven't got through everybody yet. So, Michael, what?
Dude, we're almost hitting for 7 minutes.
Got into cosplay.
How did you get into building of costumes, cosplay making, and whatnot? And how much did Halloween influence you?
So yes, when I first got into cosplay, it wasn't. It's kind of like everybody else here. It wasn't at the time really known as cosplay. I got invited by my aunt Carrie. She lives out in Victoria to go to. She's a member of SIFWA, Science Fiction Writers Association, and ASFA, to WorldCon back in like 2002. It was out in San Jose, and I'd never been to a convention, but she kind of like helped shape who I was as a nerd, I guess. She really got me into Star Wars and um, helped kind of like really bring that side of me out. And my first costume, really in regards to like going to conventions and things, was I was a Jedi Padawan, um, braid and all. So it was a really interesting experience. I got my first Hall Costume Award, and I got to go to a couple other cons, just more World Con. So one in Toronto and then one out in Los Angeles. And the LA one was kind of like my first adult foray, I guess, into being a conventioneer. I got to tour around in the party floor, which I didn't know was a thing. Just entire levels of a hotel dedicated to after party. So it kind of really blew my mind that nerd culture could be so prevalent. I came from this is a big Canadian thing, but I come from Fort McMurray originally, which is very, when I was growing up, not friendly to nerds. It's a very blue collar town. So to get out there and see the world and realize kind of like you're not one of like 8 people. There's thousands of you out there. I went, wow.
That's right. Thousands of millions.
Oh, I'm so happy it's exploded now. I'm so happy. And then
More and more every day.
Yeah, the first costume that I made was much like Benny. My ODST was all fiberglass, Bondo. The whole suit originally, first build, was Pepakura. So it's all paper brought through to fiberglass, and it was an 18-month foot slog. It was interesting is the word I'm going to use.
That's the word.
Yeah, it was a lot. And when I talk to people now, they're like, "Oh, you did it the bad way. Why?"
The bad way. Oh, there's no wrong. There's no wrong.
It's so much more friendly, and I love it. Makes everything so much easier.
Matter of fact, Frame Forge, big fan of your Fallout stuff. We met at FanCon. He had his friend, and we got to hit it off because Frame Forge now is like first time I met him, and he came up to me and he had his combat helmet, and all of a sudden I was like, "Yay, Fallout!" And it was all foam. It was really great. So just a big shout out to you for that. So.
Yeah, I remember that costume. It was I liked that there was a Canadian twist on the Fallout, and it actually
That's right. That's right.
It referenced some stuff from because, of course, you know, in the Fallout timeline, Canada gets annexed by the states and whatnot. And did you have some reference to the Battle of Ronto or something on there, or because Ronto is like what Toronto becomes?
Yeah, so I styled my pattern for all my gear. I made myself a Ronto town guard. I wanted to be an NPC.
Right.
So I've got on my costume. I tell people like the more you look at it, the more Canadian it kind of becomes. Underneath all my armor, I have red and black plaid. My caps bag is a bag for Crown Royal. Yeah, a lot of the gear that's scattered all over me. So like my duty belt and even my boots, they're all former Canadian Forces pieces. So they're all surplus gear. And then the chest emblem, I patterned off of the old World War II Canadian roundel that was plastered all over training aircraft. And then I mixed it up with the American Bomber Force roundel as well. So that's why it's got the bars and the wings on it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very nice. Very nice. It was a great costume. And that's what I really like about cosplays like that. Like just seeing more and more detail every time you look at it and they're like, oh, I hadn't noticed that bit before. But yeah, it's very nice. So Astrid, let's move on to you. How did you get started building and making and wearing costumes? And Halloween, was it influential?
No, I wish it was Halloween. I come in Mexico. I started about when I was 9. My parents had like a children's entertainment type of show, and my mom had to dress me up as Piglet so I can entertain other kids to make some money. And then the culture in general, I couldn't celebrate Halloween, so I would escape to my local convention, which is just a small little get together, and then I will dress up because I couldn't do it on Halloween, so I will get my share with like doing it in the down low. And then I just kept doing that for as much as I could, and then I eventually moved to Canada, and it has helped me to build out the relationship, meet other people in town who are just like me, getting out of the closet and putting out their costumes, and going out there and meeting other people. I started going to the premieres of movies here in town, and I will dress up and be the only one in town, and be like, well, okay, I'm gonna be a transformer. I'm gonna be a bumblebee made out of cardboard, and everybody was, like really, really welcoming. Eventually, just starting to craft it, polish more my craft, and getting to know more people. That's how I met one of my best friends, Sugar Bar Cosplay, who also is a
From
cosplayer.
CTV News at 2:02 p.m. today.
Oh, we have news.
Who is that?
Big Brother.
Well, let's see. And well, and let me ask you, Astrid. So, having because of course, yes, growing up in Mexico, you would have had the de los Muertos instead of Halloween, and that's more of a religious and family celebration rather than put on costumes and eat candy. But having moved here, where Halloween, how do you like Halloween as a holiday?
I started going through house by house asking for candy, and now I'm pretty old, but they still give me candy.
That's good. That's good.
And it's great. Like it's great. I think that like I'm enjoying it. It's just the same as in the movies, I guess.
Yeah, my wife had a similar experience because she's from England and always wanted Halloween when she grew up, and it was never a big thing over there when she was a kid. And then having moved here, she's a little jealous that British kids get to celebrate Halloween now. So, yeah.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, they do. It's become bigger and bigger.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah, Ireland as well, where it started. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yes. So, so that is. I think we've gone through everybody now. Let us move into. And Aaron has gone outside for a smoke. I'm not sure. He's.
No, I actually stepped outside to keep working because.
Oh, of course.
COVID crazy.
Yes, I get you. So let's make this the lightning round, just as we go around. What is everyone's either something you made or something you wore, or so let's say costume or prop? Your favorite costume or prop that you have made or worn. Let's just go around. Let us start in the same order. Ricky, over to you. Your
Ooh, let me
favorite
think about
costume.
it. I've got a lot.
Okay, Ted, we'll go to you. Ted.
Oh, okay. As for me, I work in the industry, and people always ask me I've worked. One of my favorite things I ever built for film and television, and it always falls down to something really simple. I made a mummy for a movie called Ghost Town with Ricky Gervais. And in the scene of the movie, they had to have a mummy displayed in front of them. They couldn't use a real mummy, but they wanted a really accurate mummy. So I had like a week, and I went out and bought a examination skeleton. And anyway, they were super crazy about it. My boss was leaning over my shoulder, like they want to use a Tutankhamun the Boy King picture. It's like we want to look just like that. So I worked on it, and then we zipped it up, packed up, and shipped it off to New York City. And weeks go by, and I finally asked my boss. I said, "Did they ever get that? Did they like it?" He goes, "Oh, I didn't tell you." So when it arrived on set, they unzipped it and put it on. And they were shooting in a real museum in New York City. They pulled the body out of the bag and put it on the table, and all the producers and the prop people and the museum curators were like, ugh. They freaked out and said, "Wow, if we didn't know this was a fake mummy, we would think it was real." And I was like, "Yes,
nice."
So that was, and to this day, it's like it was all old school. It was pantyhose, liquid latex, cotton. There was no special effects stuff. It was just raw, just latex and mixing dark acrylic paints, like stuff you can get at a craft store, and making it paint and just doing it, aging it with dirty and dirt and stuff, and all said and done, it looked great. And so I loved it. It was the simplest thing. I just put a lot of man hours in it, and it was a big thing. It was one of my favorites, and this day I still get a kick out of it. So, and remember, you guys, you can go to my website eviltedsmith.com, and it's in a folder called Props I Made. You can see the picture of it. So.
Oh, excellent! I'll be looking that up. Ricky, did you get a time? I know that you have so many costumes, so it's hard to pick one. But if you had to pick, I'll your top three if it's hard to narrow it down.
Looking over at my cosplay closet. Let somebody else go.
Okay, all right.
That's why I keep looking over here. I was like, let me see what I have.
Okay, all right. We'll leave you for last then. Aaron, we'll go over to you. Aaron,
you really want to pick me for last, but still.
all right.
I could suck this up.
Okay, well, just pick one. What, like your favorite thing? Okay, say you had all your props that you've ever built, all your costume pieces you've ever built in a warehouse. The warehouse is on fire. You got time to grab one. You got time to grab one. And if you dither for too long, you're just going to go up in a blaze with everything else. So you got to grab
If
one.
my shop is on fire and I have to pick one, I'm probably the person who lit it on fire.
Okay, all right.
Honestly, I mean, I still have the molds from that troll I made that was built based off ElfQuest. Deathstroke is still one of my favorite things. To me, cosplay is just to exercise my abilities, my tools. This, and probably this. But
you know what? I'm going to say that you're able to take the troll and Deathstroke, and you also run over the guy who set the fire on your way out. So it all works out.
I would have to say right now, my favorite is him.
Wait, I can't see where you're pointing. What? Wait, where is it?
Wait.
This.
Ah, yeah, that is nice.
The
Very
Mando.
nice. Very nice indeed.
In this Mando, in this, I am basically taking a lot of the tools I've gotten from all my years, and since we're in the situation we're in right now, I've been pouring everything I've learned into that.
That's awesome, man. I look forward.
I've been taking pieces and bits and things that I've gotten from other shows. The shoulders are actually the original Kronos shoulders that were rejected. This might be my favorite, but the problem is, after this is done, I'm going to have a new favorite.
True. Well, actually, you know something? It's probably good that that my favorite is always what I'm currently creating and putting my effort into. So that's always a good thing.
Really, I'm still gonna. Honestly, it's gonna go back to the troll. I still have video of it. I still have where we went through a mall wearing it.
It's the sentimental favorite. It's the sentimental favorite.
Well,
So
I got kicked out of Toys R Us wearing it, and I have video of us being kicked out of Toys R Us.
I think that makes it worthy. Worthy choice.
That's kind of my favorite.
Cool. Benny, over to you. So, what your favorite costume or prop that you've ever built?
The favorite costume I actually built was from Game of Thrones. It was a Tormund's giant Spain costume.
I've seen you in that, actually.
Thanks. Yeah, it was. That was actually kind of a collaboration. Astrid and myself got to do a few photo shoots with our two costumes together, and yeah, it was when I had a big bushy red beard, and it was all real and real hair too. And I got all of the fur scraps from one of the local fabric stores in the scrap bin, I think for $10 for all of them, a hot glue gun, and I put it together with some spray paint and some hot glue, and it looked the part. So I was pretty happy with that, and that's probably my favorite one out of all of them. It's shocking, right?
Sometimes the simplest is the best. You never know. Let's go over to Michael. Michael, favorite costume or prop you have created or worn?
For me, it's probably gonna end up being a prop. It's a hard toss-up. I recently built a functioning Nerf blaster with an ammunition counter on it, so it ticks down every time.
Oh!
Past the red gate, and it's a Halo assault rifle.
Oh, funny.
That's great.
Or back in, it's like the nicest foam prop that I've gotten to do, and it was back in 2017. I did an M6 Carnifex from Mass Effect that I gave away for a raffle for Extra Life, and it's a lot of curves, and I managed to bevel them nice enough that I looked at it and went, I don't hate that.
That's like I own a Carnifex myself, as a matter of fact. And maybe not surprising. Let's go to Astrid. Astrid, what is your favorite costume or prop you have ever created or worn?
I'm just gonna say it's my latest one, which is the Sister Battle one. Definitely was the moment that you go to enter the place and a little girl comes running to you and then hugs you and thinks that you're the best princess ever, without knowing that you're holding a gun and that you're like 4'9" tall, and then you feel so empowering. Like it's great to have that reaction and to people to acknowledge your hard work and the little details that you put on there. I don't know, I like it.
Awesome.
So
So In the time that we have before we get to our entrance, I think we have some questions. Leah, do you want to run us through
Found
those?
one here.
Oh, sorry, and yes, Ricky. Let's not forget you.
So probably one of my favorite is my classic Wasp because I
Oh,
had
yeah.
my vintage telephone operator parts matching the bake lights. So I sculpted this on a head form and just a shit ton of sanding. You guys know how it is when you
Yep.
sculpt, mold, and cast something. And then it's all just comes one piece, and then telescoping, trying to make it look super retro. It was like a really cool challenge. So
It's fantastic, and I've seen pictures of that, and it's an amazing again the original 1960s Wasp
yes,
costume. So
but
very
it's
cool.
a full latex bodysuit, latex hood, and then leather gloves, leather boots, leather jacket. So the only part exposed is my face, and so it's just kind of human soup by the end of the con. But yeah, no, I'm really super proud of that. I mean, I know a lot of people like to work in 3D, and when I do judge costume contests, the biggest thing I see is people not sanding their 3D pieces. Sanding is so important. You know, you sand, and then you Bondo or whatever filler you want to use. And so it was many hours to get, nice. Sorry, with my background, it's kind of hard to see,
But no, that's I mean it looks like polished glass. It's like I can tell a
That's
lot of
pretty
sanding.
cool.
fiberglass.
Very good.
And then
Leia,
cutting some metal, so the metal's in there as well.
Right. And also, and all the compound sanding, you have to go back and forth at different curves. It kind of keeps you. So when you paint.
Yeah, I mean, when I first sand, I did a Battle Angel Alita arms, and I was learning how to sand. I was just doing the same motion, and I just sanded off all those like delicate curves, and then I was like, oh, I gotta learn how to do this right.
So as I was saying, thank you everyone for your answers in the lightning round. Let's go to Leah. You have a number of questions for us. Yes, have
There
been
are
some?
some questions. We
Oh,
are supposed to
fantastic.
start our cosplay
I
contest
like
in the next 6 minutes, guys, but
I had a question.
no pressure. So question from Norm, and this is for Ted, Riddle, and Aaron. Which came first, cosplay or film industry work?
Oh, I'll go first. For me, it was industry first. I started in the movie industry first. It was 1989. I started.
I started before you, Ed. I'm actually surprised. And my answer is yes.
For me,
Simultaneous.
it was cosplay. I started cosplay, and I was a fine art mold maker, and one of our clients is a makeup effects, and so he wanted me to work on one of the films he was working on. So he's like, costumes, so can you help us? So
Lovely.
Awesome. I'm gonna assume that this is directed for Ricky. This is from Garfy. Want to know if she sent out her prints by fax when she first started 20 years ago.
20 years ago, you didn't have prints, you didn't have fan pages. Like Ted was saying, there was no tutorials, social media, guesting at conventions. You were on your own. So no, just 2 cans, and you just described what you were wearing to people.
You just like
30,
brought in a squirrel.
30 years ago.
Out of nowhere.
I just love how you just bring on like a squirrel to this. This is insane.
Well, that's why I keep reaching over, because the cage is right there and there.
So cute.
I thought that was a prop when you first introduced. And then it's like, wow, that's a really good squirrel puppet. No, it's a squirrel. It's a squirrel.
Almost feeding time. That's why.
Yes.
I'm going to say
assume-
You have a pet squirrel.
30 years ago.
So 1990, yes.
Oh geez, when you put it like that.
Yeah, 1990 was 30 years ago, I'm afraid. Yeah.
I actually have a question.
Mhm.
What is the best advice you can give to a cosplayer?
Ooh.
Ted, you want to take that one?
I knew he was giving first.
Here he goes. Do not be afraid to fail. You're gonna fail, stall down, you're gonna fail again. Make something else, fail. It's all about failing. I always tell people, like, they always say, I can't build anything, and everybody wants something. When you first time you make it, you want it to be perfect. It's not going to be perfect the first time, but the thing is that when you start up, the idea is that the next thing you do gets better, and the thing after that gets better. Don't be afraid to fail. Failing is all part of learning. They should stop saying the word learning in school and start saying failing. Failing got put in our heads in school saying it was a bad thing. Failing is a good thing. Be prepared to fail, and it's all part of learning. Don't beat yourself up. Move forward. Don't be afraid to fail.
Very wise words. Very wise
And
words.
Ed and I have been in this. We have contributed to the same garbage dump.
Leah, do we have any more further questions?
We do have a couple more questions. And this isn't directed at anybody in particular, but what do you prefer, Flex Bond or Plastidip or a question mark armor pieces?
That's a cosplay question.
I like Flexbond personally because it's a brush application as opposed to a rattle can, and it's a little bit more useful in some ways. For me, it's cheaper because Plastidip here in Canada is $25 a can as opposed to like the cheaper price that is in the States. But Flexbond, it's not self-leveling is the only downside to it. It's as a brush application, you could do things like layer it up really heavily in certain pits and other divots and stuff in your foam if you're trying to smooth out imperfections. So I like it for its utility. Plastidip is really good if you're just starting out and just learning how to seal though. So they're both good, but in different ways, I guess.
Inexpensively, Mod Podge is great. If you're really starting off and you're a novice, Mod Podge, the acrylic base you can get at craft stores, that's great too. To start off, I mean, there's a lot of stuff I'd like to get, but it's very expensive. Work your way up to it, but starting off, don't be afraid. Using Mod Podge or Flexbond is great.
Cool. Another question there, Leah?
Yeah, we've still got a couple. So what was your least expensive and your most expensive cosplay project?
I could say one of my least expensive and something I was most proud of. It was for a Halloween show. I managed to put together a Green Goblin costume by spending around $12 at Value Village on a mask that I repainted, found clothes that were the right colors that I could cut up into a rough approximation of Green Goblin. And again, it wasn't probably the best Green Goblin costume you ever saw, but it cost me $12, so I was deliriously happy.
I can say what your second Mark Meer cosplay was, and that was a certain Batman.
Oh, yes. Well, that was the cheapest for me because I didn't have to put any money into it.
True story.
Your picture shows up more than mine does, and that's impressive.
Yeah, mine was Vampire Hunter D. I love the movie Vampire Hunter D from Bloodlust, and I couldn't sew, so I hired a seamstress to make my cape. She made my cape. I wanted my face. My friend was a fantastic sculptor, so he sculpted D out of clay. But then I hired a friend to make a mask so I could make a silicone mask. So by the time it was all said and done, I think it was over $1,000 for the that costume. So again, that was my most expensive.
Oh, and I see we've been joined by Norm. Hello, Norm. How are you?
Hey, man. How are you?
Norm.
Okay, well,
how's everybody doing?
Oh my God, we literally just did a cheers thing. Norm.
Yeah, I never get that.
I'm sure it's funnier the 1 millionth time, Norm. But
Yeah, no, I love it. I still love it every time. I used to have a line for it where I'd be like, "How would a beer feel?" Oh, pretty nervous if I was in the room, that kind of thing. You remember those one-liners that
yes. Mr. George Wendt. So, is your presence here indicative of the fact that we have some entrants, or is that what's changed? Why are you here, Norm? Do we have police? What's going on?
No. Here's the scoop. So I'm checking in to see if everybody has had a chance to look at the entries. Has everybody in here had a chance to look at the entries? You would have received a message earlier today.
I have.
But I'm not.
Get the message.
Well, yeah, Mark, you never get to vote. You're like you're the host.
I am Switzerland.
As a matter of fact,
I do not judge. I do not.
As a matter of fact, I'm joining Mark on this too, guys. I'm unfortunately had pre-existing plans. It was so great to hang with you guys. I have to part way. Guys, thank you for seeing you guys. Guys, thank you. So much a blast.
So great to see you.
Guys, please do what you can to support this con. It's amazing. I'll be coming back. Love everybody. Another FanCon. What? Woo! Wrapping up, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
So long, Ted.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
There we go.
All right. So now we've got left on the call. I believe we've got Riddle. We have Foam Forge Cosplay, Benny Lava, Aaron Harrison, and Rocket Pepper. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I am also going to bow out as well. Thank you so much for having me, Norm. All the best with
Of course, buddy.
lovely seeing everybody. Have a good online fan con, and also I guess enjoy your time at home.
Oh, wait. Now you have no excuse that we can't talk anymore.
I think you're giving it one right now.
Call me up.
We're gonna nerd out soon.
Oh yeah, man. I've been doing nothing but playing Dungeons and Dragons for 2 months, so I'm certainly.
Oh my god! So we have conversations, guys. Yes.
There you go.
So
Hey,
long,
Aaron,
Take care, brother.
So long, everybody.
Seeing you, Mark.
wait 3 hours and then give Mark a call.
See you, folks.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you so much.
So long, and happy FanCon.
Happy FanCon, brother. Okay,
right,
so
Norm,
now, yes, Aaron.
you're asking us if we have been able to see the
Entries. Yes.
entry. I have not.
Oh.
I'm only learning some of this technology because I'm a hands-on guy. I'm a work on the table guy. I have not seen. I've only seen one. That's not enough.
Okay,
I'm not
so here
gonna-
you go. Okay, let's we'll hang you there. So Foam Forge, Michael, you've seen it. You've seen them, yeah?
Show of hands for everybody who has.
Okay, so and I can't see everybody. Hold on one second. Okay, hold on.
I've had a chance to look at them all.
Okay, so was that Trevor?
Yeah, you
For
betcha.
some reason I'm pinned on mine, so I'm like Zoom is such a challenging
Just
piece
double
for me.
click on your face. Just double click on your face and I'll unpin it. And they'll just go by whoever's talking.
Okay, perfect. Okay, here we go.
Which
Okay, I see you.
background is hers? Because I've seen 3. It's
Okay,
freaking me out.
there's Aaron. Okay, so Riddle, you've seen the entries?
Yeah, I emailed you back.
Yeah, and okay, I remember yours. Because I thought it would be actually kind of cool if we went around and everybody said who they chose, so that actually that's kind of like that's like a perk for that person, right? Like that's like a little bit of a moment. And one of the things we've been talking a lot about during this online convention is how FanCon's so full of moments. Every convention is, right? It's the moment when you build your costume, you've been working on it for a year, you get to debut it to everyone. You get to meet your favorite celebrity, you get to be part of a truly empowering, inclusive space, right? So I think that it would, to me, it would be a huge moment for me if I was a cosplayer and, someone of your stature, say, chose mine out of the selection of the entries. So just making sure though. So you've seen them, and I know I got your response. Trevor, you've seen them?
Yeah, I have, Norm.
Okay. And Michael, you've seen them?
Absolutely.
Awesome. And then Karen, are you still on the line?
Yep.
Okay. And you've seen them?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So Aaron hasn't seen them. Is Aaron still on the line? I'm scared to
I'm
ask.
right here looking at you.
Okay. And you're on your phone right now?
I am right now.
Okay. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go around, and you guys let me know who you chose individually, and then hopefully.
I haven't seen them yet.
No, I know you're not. We're gonna use you as a tiebreaker if we get there.
Oh, okay.
Because it would be too crazy for you to actually. Could you get to a computer and go look?
I can.
Okay, so you get to a computer, you go look, go on our Facebook page, and that's classic.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love it so much.
This is my lockdown.
Okay, so go on our Facebook page, look at the post that has the entries, and then you select one. And while you're doing that, we're going to go through and ask the others who they've selected as a winner. Okay?
I am doing this handheld right now.
Yeah, that's great, buddy.
I am taking you to my computer.
Perfect. So we're gonna let you do that, and then don't say anything for now, and we'll get the answers from the other folks. Okay, buddy?
Okay, I can be here with you all the way through it. This is new to me.
Oh my god, I love it so much. Okay, Michael, start talking so that you can save the frame.
I'd love to hear what other people say.
Nope.
Me?
No, I mean, I love to hear what other people say because every time we've done these conversations, there are things that they see that I don't.
Oh, okay. I love you, Aaron. Michael,
That is
why
my
don't you
name.
tell us who you selected and what stood out for you?
I selected Mithril Cosplay wearing Sylvanas Windrunner. I liked that she had not only a picture of herself while wearing the gear, kind of showing off what it looks like on person, but also showing it off on a mannequin, giving a little bit of up close and personal, showing off the undersuit a little bit, as well as some of the other workmanship that she put in.
Awesome. So for those of you out there that may be wondering about that, maybe you were like, okay, I didn't see it on a mannequin. We basically supplied the judges with not just the image, but any other peripheral images or videos that the entry actually submitted. So that's amazing. Okay, let's go to Trevor. Trevor, who did you choose for your selection?
I also chose Mithril Cosplay. The attention to detail was absolutely fantastic. Like Michael said, the fact that we could see it on a mannequin and pan up from the bottom, as well as seeing all of the different details, made a big difference in being able to judge the costume, I guess, in that sense. Details, it's all about the details.
1000%. 1000%. Okay, Karen, our last year's winner.
I
Who
love
did
this
you
because
choose?
I have so many names, and people are like, "What name are you? Like, who are you?" Like, it doesn't matter. You can use anyone. But I would join my friends here. I appreciate the factor that there's a different techniques used on the costume. There is leather, there is some foam, there is casting. So I would say Mitric cosplay with Sylvana.
Oh wow. Okay, so that's
Yeah, it was a lot of there is so many good entries though. I have
yeah.
to say there is so many.
There
Thank
was
you
a
so
lot
much
of talent.
for submitting and for your hashtag.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you all for your hashtag. I sense a pattern forming. Like that's 3 so far for 3. Let's go to
Norm,
Riddle. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Aaron Harrison.
I just need you to tell me what I'm looking at because I'm trying to find it on my computer right now. It's in front of me, but sorry.
Porn.
Oh
This
my
is
god.
live.
Porn.
What
I
is
have links for porn. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
know
So
what I'm
okay,
looking for.
go on to the FanCon Facebook page.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm there.
And you're gonna look for a post that says cosplay contest entries. It's an image that says cosplay contest entries. Do you see that?
No.
This is like this is like so
rules.
organic. This is like Zoom at its finest.
This is bringing me back to when I did tech support.
Sir, can
Come
you
on.
see the button
You guys-
of power on and off?
Does he?
You guys are being
unplug
really
it for
mean
30
to me.
seconds?
Oh my god.
You guys are being really mean to me.
Okay, so do you
I'm
got it?
not
Do you
an
have the
online guy.
FanCon
I'm the
Facebook?
guy who builds things.
Okay, do you have the FanCon Facebook page up though?
No. I
All right.
have, okay, FanCon from home, cosplay contest, hosted by Northern FanCon. Yes,
Okay,
I got all that.
Okay, you're on the event. Go back out to the FanCon Facebook page. There's an image. Paul, I know you're listening. Paul is like God. He's always listening. Can you forward Aaron Harrison the image to his Facebook?
A link. Just send me a link.
Or Leah, if you're
Tag him on the
listening,
post?
please sell it to Aaron. Yeah, tag him on the post. Can someone help Aaron?
Just somebody send me a link.
In the meantime.
Oh my
Riddle,
God, I'm my dad.
Yeah. Okay, buddy. So in the meantime, Riddle, who did you select as your as the winner for the cosplay contest for FanCon from home?
So what I liked about this contestant is variety use of techniques, armor, fabric. They also used real items, so they used belts instead of say wrapping the foam. and using a foam for belt. They used real scale mail, so it is mithril cosplay is my choice. Yeah, she just used a variety of techniques, and I like how she used real world objects in the situations that they would be in.
Amazing. So that's 4 for 4. Very impressive. And I'm
I did appreciate. Sorry. Also, I should note the proportions were really well done. A lot of times with those types of costumes, the proportions can really get away from you, and she managed to have a lot going on in a very small space.
very cool. Very cool. Thank you. I mean, if I was her, and I was looking at like all the people who have just selected, who are like cosplay experts, essentially, I would be over the moon. I'm sure that she's right now screaming and jumping up and down, and I hope she is. I think she is.
Well,
Aaron.
everyone, I mean, everybody was saying everyone did such a great job. It was very
Oh,
difficult.
definitely. I think Mark actually mentioned earlier. I feel like our convention actually has like a lot of heat. Like there's a lot of talent and a lot of people who put a lot of time and effort into their cosplays, and we have a real caliber of a show.
Every
It's something that-
FanCon, you can feel the cosplayers just level up, level up, level up, level up, and they're bringing the game to FanCon for sure.
1000%.
Community. I love that about FanCon so much.
Yeah.
That's how I met Mike and Benny Lava Trevor. That's how I met them, and then like now we just hang out whenever Mike is in town. We always go out and
amazing.
They're together.
And that's honestly
Mike,
like that. Go ahead. You go
I was
ahead.
gonna ask, are you still in Fort McMurray, or you had mentioned you're from there, but do you still live there?
No, actually, I moved to Edmonton in 2009ish for college, and I just kind of never left.
That
So
was growing up. Before I lived in British Columbia, I lived in Northern Wells, Northwest Territories, and West Edmonton Mall was the place my parents would take me for our family vacation.
Oh my God.
So very fun.
My grandparents lived on the outskirts of the city. Toys R Us was like the lit destination to be.
That's awesome. So I mean, we know that Mithril Cosplay now has won the contest. Still though, curious to see what Aaron Harrison says, or maybe not. No, just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. He has been sent the link to his phone. Aaron, did you receive a link to your phone?
I don't see him on the call anymore, Norm.
Oh, well
Maybe
then.
They're teasing him.
Yeah, it looks like our luck has
fell
just
off.
turned off. I mean, turned up. No, I mean,
you had to turn off the computer again.
the files are in the computer.
Control Alt Delete.
Everybody has had that job. If you haven't had a job like that, you have to at least try it once in life.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's I feel like maybe we'll give him a couple of minutes just to try and get back on, because I'm sure that
it took us 45 minutes to do intros. I think I want to hear more of what everybody has to say.
I have an answer to Aaron's question. What's the most poignant piece of advice that you have for any cosplayer? I learned this one, and that is, if you're competing in a costume contest, just because you didn't place doesn't mean your costume is bad.
Also, to add on to that, I've judged a fair bit of costumes. Don't tell me what is wrong with your outfit or what is missing, because if I don't see it, it's not going to matter. And I only want to hear about what you're proud of. Like if you've only got 2 minutes with a judge or 4 minutes with a judge, this is your moment to have like verbal diarrhea of pride, telling me exactly like what you love, what you're most proud of. Like, don't be like, oh, I'm missing this, or I struggled with that. I mean, struggling, saying like, hey, this was a challenge and this is how I got through it and this is how I solved it. But yeah, don't tell me, or don't tell the judges in general, like what is wrong with the outfit. That is probably the biggest judging piece of advice I could give to anybody.
Solid advice.
Yeah. And another thing is like when you are cosplaying, the part of playing the character, own the character, be the character, go on stage and just like have all the energy that you could possibly put into that moment, right? One of my experience with the Sister of Battle is like, well, I'm really short, but then you put high heels and you put this armor and you're like, I am a sister of battle. Like I'm gonna own it. I'm gonna destroy the stage, and like it's playing the part of the character that you're portraying. So I think
Girl, I'm short too. I'm 5'1", so you're short
we don't
sisters.
get together.
Right on. I think one of the things actually that we've got coming up for tonight, hopefully, I mean, we have been bombarded with tech issues this whole weekend, but we do have the 2009 cosplay contest from start to finish. Yeah, that we're loading. So I was watching you. I've watched you like a bunch of times today, Rocket Pepper. And
I sent that to my mom, and my mom's like, "What are you doing there? What's happening?" Okay, so backstory is that my mom still like questions like, "What am I dressing up for Halloween?" Instead of like she doesn't understand what like cosplay like altogether. But then like with the old FanCon, like it brought up a lot of like knowledge back home, right? In Mexico, we have convention, and it's getting bigger and bigger. Hopefully, we can do FanCon versions, Mexican version of it.
Oh, yeah.
But in a way that is bringing up more like the share of culture from Canada back home. So that is nice.
That's
Actually,
awesome.
the first international convention I ever did was TNT in Mexico City, so it's got like a real special place in my heart.
And you get to eat Mexican food, so
Oh my gosh, yes.
do that. Yeah.
So good.
Okay, so just to give everybody the heads up, Aaron Harrison's phone died, or he may have dropped it into an alcoholic beverage of some sort. We're not sure at this point.
Big F in chat. Big F in chat for that
I
phone.
feel that we need to, yeah.
So if he actually gets back, then we will certainly let everybody know what his decision was. But I mean, at this point, the winner that we have chosen unanimously is Mithril Cosplay. So everybody, big hand for Mithril Cosplay! And it's awesome. I am pretty certain that she has actually been with FanCon since year one as well. So very exciting, and it speaks to the spirit of connection from year to year that we're very lucky to enjoy at the convention. So, Paul, I see
we have
you're.
a lot of people on. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
On Twitch and Facebook. Everybody's watching.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I see you're on the call now, and you've been here kind of start to finish. I'm sorry I was away for a little bit, but any questions that we still have from people that had messaged in?
Girl, I want to. So jealous.
Yeah, I'm rehabbing them. They're not pets. So basically, they were found in some lady's attic. So I'll raise them to be released back into the wild. So between that and mask making, keep me busy.
That's equally cool though. Like,
I'm trying.
Oh, there
I'm
was
trying to get a raccoon.
there was one question for Ricky, since you're right there. What was the first movie you ever worked on?
My first movie I ever worked on was Big Mama's House 3. I was in charge of wrangling the fat suits. So I would have to, they're made in LA, flown out here. I would dress the actors, so be Martin Lawrence's stunt, and then Brandon Jackson. And so I would have to wrangle the suits, repair the suits, clean the suits. And we only Ted and Aaron aren't here, but we have a very finite, sometimes amount of suits, especially specialty suits. So that after like a 30-day, 60-day shoot, they get kind of rank, no matter how much you vodka spray or dip back of them. So yeah, it was fat suits. And since then, I've moved on to Marvel superheroes, so it's quite a change.
call that a definite upgrade.
Well, involves a lot of sweat with some suits.
How heavy is the Doctor Strange one? I mean, all curious, I love that one.
The cape?
Yeah, the full
The
cosplay.
cloak, the full cloak is quite heavy, but they have a couple. If you can tell it in behind the scenes, so I'm not like giving any secrets away. But depending what they're shooting, they have like a quarter cloak, the full cloak, because the weight, and so then they'll just CG it in. But it is quite heavy.
Is yours the same as heavy as that one?
Oh no, mine's no. I mean that's the thing, like that I really appreciate about cosplayers is like in the movie industry, you have so many people who are at the top of their game, and you're working like in the shops. You've got like 30, 40 people, maybe 10 people, but they're all like specialized. And in cosplay, you're generally making everything by yourself. So it's like you might have a guy in the shop who's a leather worker, who's good at machining parts, who just does aging, dyeing, and then a cosplayer has to do wig, aging, dyeing, sewing, prop making, armor building, cobbling shoes. So it's really, all those skills have definitely helped me think on my feet.
Yeah, no kidding. It definitely has to become it's a labor of love. I guess there's got to be hours and hours and hours on there. But Norm, are you ready to take us home?
I'm ready to take us home. I want to extend a very, very big thanks to all of you for helping us out by being here tonight. There's nothing so valuable as time and attention, and you have given your time so we could garner attention. And we this whole thing has been about connection. It's about keeping the community connected, despite the fact that we can't all actually physically be together. And it's really, really special that that we've all kind of grown together, and we have old friends and new. So a big, big, big thanks to Mark Meer, who kind of opened her up tonight and kept things going, and to little Leah, who is a trooper through the entire. I mean, it's been 2 full days of panels and whatnot, and she's been on top of everything ever since. And to Aaron Harrison. The mighty Aaron Harrison, who is without a doubt always a fun time. But thank you all so much, and a huge congratulations to Mithril Cosplay. Woot woot!
Thank you all for judges joining us on this panel and for being a part of this. I know we went a little bit over the time. Also, a special thank you to Riddle. You were the very first guest for 2020. We appreciate you having faith in this actually coming out and then coming back for this as well too. But thank you to every single person who was a part of this, gave their time, gave everything, put up the hashtags. You were all sharing it on your Instagrams, on your Twitch, on your Twitter, on your Facebook, and all that. And we appreciate every single thing you do. And I hope everybody at home had a lot of fun, got their questions answered. And what are we going to next?
A big props too, though, to like everybody who submitted entries.
Yes.
All the costumes were phenomenal, and the fact that it was kind of, I mean, we kind of sprung this on you, I guess, last week or the week before. Last minute productions, building the plane as we're flying it. But the fact that we had so many quality entries is a testament to craftsmanship and commitment and all that kind of stuff. So. Yes, tomorrow we're gonna tonight 8:30, barring any technical issues, we will have the 2019 cosplay contest from start to finish. So you'll be able to tune in and see folks like Foam Forge cosplay. Or Michael, were you there for that?
I was the judge. I won.
Yes, you were. Yes, okay, that's what I thought. Sorry, buddy. And then what's that you got there, Karen?
Yeah, wave that around.
Yeah. So
Very
Karen,
champion. So hopefully I get to see other people getting one as well this year.
Well, and just so if anybody's interested, we encourage you when we post the video to download it and then put Karen walking up and winning on a loop on a little GIF or something like that?
You have no idea. Okay, so the year before, was it the year before? Yeah, I think the year before I won Journeyman because I've been like trying to level my game. In Journeyman, I actually failed for real. People think that it was part of the sketch, but I actually fell on stage, and I wanted to clarify that. Thank you so much for whoever asked me after I was walking on the stage. Your knee is bleeding. Yeah, it was. Honestly,
Did you trip? Like, what happened?
I did Ezio from
yeah.
Assassin's Creed. So I tried to do like a funny sketch that parkour on stage. So I was gonna roll and then just kind of do like a little, whatever. And then I tried to stand up and I don't know, my feet just crossed the other one and just like whoop. And it looked funny, like it would look part of the sketch. So afterwards I couldn't feel it. I was so nervous, everything just it went so fast. And then all of a sudden like my friends start making memes out of that video. Like,
Oh, now I gotta Google that. I'm Googling it right now.
So, I mean, what's great is we actually have the footage from 2018.
No.
Yes, yes. So stay tuned, folks. Hopefully, we're gonna have this on loop. The parkour fall of Rocket Pepper cosplay. This could be potentially very massive. But thank you guys all so much. Tomorrow we've got Veronica Taylor at noon.
Yes.
We have Denise Crosby at 2 o'clock. Then at 3 o'clock we have free Geek Tarot readings from Allison Spokes. And we actually may have a special surprise that I'll talk to Paul about. That's one of the greatest things about last minute productions. You'll get these really cool surprises on top of the 10 other not so cool surprises.
That's right.
All right. So thanks everybody so much for tuning in. Thanks everybody so much for joining us. And good night.
Thanks everyone.